Hi everybody, and welcome back to StorytellerSpira's channel for Vampire the Masquerade on Tuesday nights. We are back with more New Orleans by night. This should be episode 18, unless I've lost track by now, but I think I got it. So, how are all my lovely little ducklings tonight?
Fantabulous.
You just call us ugly ducklings?
No, all my lovely little ducklings.
Oh, that's so much nicer.
I mean,
I wouldn't call you guys anything mean unless you deserved it.
I mean,
You might.
I mean, you guys can be snarky sometimes, but that is also why I love you.
It makes sense.
All right, and
How
whoop, yeah.
I was gonna say, how are you, Spira?
I'm pretty good. I had a pretty nice day. I feel more prepared for this session than I did last one, sort of. But you know, any good storyteller, and I feel like GM, DM, anybody who runs tabletop games, if you ask them if they're ready for their game and they say yes, don't trust them. Don't play a game with that person.
They're bad.
They just like they're like way too confident about being ready. If you're gonna like play a game with someone, they have to be in absolute certainty that they're not ready. No, that's too busy. Sorry. Still trying to get used to the new tracks I added. We'll go with that for now. A little bit of a jazzy tune for...
I'll say it. I like it.
Yeah, a little bit of a jazzy tune for our New Orleans game. I think I can scoot that up a tip. Alright, so Luther, why are you rolling stuff?
Why am I what? Oh, that was way before.
Was it?
Okay. Yeah. That was like 10 minutes ago.
Like, I know you get excited about VTM and all, but like, hold it back. Let me at least tell you what's happening in the scene. All
It's a
right.
perfect 100.
Well, let's have a little bit of a synopsis from last episode to get you all back in the mindset of where we are on our little adventure here in New Orleans. So, in particular, you are all still trying to figure out exactly what happened with Rebecca, why she disappeared. Well, you knew that she basically was running away from, it seemed like a couple people who broke into her apartment, but you had no idea where she'd gone. You, Jake, or one of you at a time had her cell phone in hand, but hadn't really, like, received any notes. Until a little bit later, Abraham did finally return to his house and find one. But by your efforts combined, eventually she was found at what she explained to be her sanctum, which is apparently something for mages. All of you kindred don't know anything about that. But basically, Bjorn and Theo, with the help of a local Tremere, tracked her down to a yoga studio, an abandoned, old, closed-down yoga studio called Namaste Today, because that's fantastic. But you're actually
Don't shake your head, it's good.
it is.
Is it?
To note, that was a little out of character. You guys just know that she was somewhere in this shopping center, but she left and told you all that it was a problem that you arrived there, and especially when she found out you had a notebook with a magical note in it from the people hunting her, which the Tremere with plenty bravado, burned up in a gigantic balefire. Following that, you all went back to the Tremere's apartment, Nigel, who invited you to have some drinks and relax after a bit of a tumultuous night trying to find a friend. And while you were there, you got to know a little bit more about Nigel, had a nice evening of relaxing and having some alcohol-infused blood for most of you, while Rebecca had some very, very fancy, expensive old rum. And did at least vaguely make the point to one another that you know where the auction is going to be happening now, and steps need to be made soon to begin your plans, what you're going to do, or if you're just going to, like, maybe even hand that information over to the prince and say good luck. But that'll be in the near future. Tonight, I actually have a little bit of stuff I want to check in with all of your characters a little more individually. Things I know you wanted to check in on, as well as things that are just going to be happening to you, because y'all are supernatural, and, you know, you can't go too many days without something happening. To start, we are actually going to be looking at Rebecca, our lovely Cult of Ecstasy mage. This is the wrong music. That'll do.
Does it feel creepy or sad?
Who knows? But Rebecca, so you were found by your compatriots. You were a little upset that they somehow tracked you down to your sanctum, which was supposed to be in a position to not be really found by anybody. Your sanctum isn't very high on security, but at the same time, just no one even knew what it was exactly. You didn't think anyone would be looking for it, so it threw you off a bit. You went back with the entire crew to the Tremere Nigel's apartment, where you got to exchange some very vague information about each other. Nigel certainly wanted to know a lot about you as a human mage. You wanted to understand more about him as a kindred blood magic user. But of course, you both being magic users whose entire culture is to keep things secret, danced around back and forth. But Nigel did make a point to say, let's continue meeting, and maybe we'll get to form a bit of a working friendship or anything else, maybe just even learn from each other in ways. Following that, you've had a bit of rum in your belly, and you go back to Theo's for the rest of the night. Oh no,
Abraham's.
wait. You're going back to Abraham's, perfect. So you go back with Abraham to his penthouse duplex apartment. Abraham, not putting words in your mouth, but I assume you walk the dogs, check the security, and bed down.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Especially if it is getting that late.
Certainly. There's still a bit of night left, but it is that kind of time frame that, like, a person might even just be, like, kind of settling down. Rebecca, Abraham, yeah, actually, you know what, Abraham, why don't you go ahead and settle Rebecca in?
How do you settle guests in?
Blanket on them.
I apologize if there is something I have forgotten. It has been a few years since I have had to food. I should probably get you food if you are staying. I don't.
Do you have food here?
Some. It might be bad.
No, I don't know.
Now that I think
Spare
about
a glass of water.
Yes, I do have plumbing.
I'm thankful for that you splurged on plumbing.
My apologies. Is there anything you need?
I don't know, if you have time, I'd love a story.
Yes, of course I could do that. What kind of story were you looking for? Tell me
Can you
one
tell
about
me
a
about-
princess.
Huh?
Tell me one about a princess.
I imagine that
bedtime
you
story.
sent her a pair of like hopelessly outdated pajamas.
or like unnecessarily expensive silk pajamas.
I was gonna say the
Yeah.
kind of silk pajamas that look like you could almost go to a meeting in them, and people would be like, is that a suit?"
Like yes, the silk from this is made from the golden orb-weave spider. Specifically, it is. This is not
What?
dyed. No,
They're
this-
girls' pajamas, but they have his logo on them.
Yes, the silk is not dyed. This is the color the silk comes. It
That's-
is spider silk.
It feels fabulous. Could you tell me about perhaps, I don't know if this is too personal and you can just tell me no if that's the case, but could you tell me about around the time that you were changed from from human to kindred?
I suppose. Now that is a little complicated question because I was human for about 100 years. So
You look great for your age.
thank you. No, I was I worked for a vampire for a while before he turned me. He needed a human to do work that he could not do. This was around the time of the American Revolution. I got taken from Angola for political dissonance. It was this is many years past. It is not a concern anymore. But I got taken for being a political dissonant, and he was on the ship and needed protection from the sun during the day. So
Okay.
he gave me, he gifted me special strengths that I may protect him, and I did apparently a good enough job that he requested my services when we arrived in America to fight the Sabbat and their war. They were trying to gain territory in the New World.
The evil.
Yes,
vampires.
yes. During the American Revolution, they were trying to gain power and location and land, and I was, I suppose, a spy, because no one looks at a slave, no one cares about them. So I was perfect. No one cared if I was listening. So I did that for a while. After the revolution ended, he gave me the gift, said that I had done a good job for him.
What did you do when you were done being a spy?
Well, this I was mostly before my embrace. I was mostly I worked in houses because of my knee. I could not do field work, which benefited. I did mostly indoor work, and when the American Revolution began, is around the time that rather when the American Revolution ended, is around the time when Wall Street began. I had an in. I saw what was coming. I invested early. I pretended to be a slave working for a master because I basically had free roam as long as I said, my master has sent me to get this. It was easy. It was simple. And lived in a big house, you know.
Did you stay in contact with your sire, or was it
We
like a transaction?
No, it was not a transaction. I'm still on good terms with him. He is back in
He's
Africa.
still around?
As of about 70 years ago.
When you say you're still in touch with him, you're using a 70-year-old event?
Yes. Yeah, he is very old. But yes, I when I get the chance, I communicate with him. He is back in Africa. He did not want to come back over here. He only did this because his superiors told him to come and work on the war that was happening over here between the Camarilla and the Sbat.
Okay. Do you mind if I'm a little on the frank side with you?
Of course.
And this isn't a criticism, I'm just curious.
Of course.
So I spoke to Dinah a little bit about her past, and is it because you're different types of vampires? It sounds like the nature of sire relationships is different depending on...
I believe that I was lucky in a sense. I do think that I have a better relationship with my sire than most, or many, perhaps not most. It was partially transactional in a way, but that is the nature of my clan. That is, we are very much business people. But there are many people who do not have good relationships with their sires. However, perhaps it is the fact that I do not see him very often that
you can say the relationship is good.
Yes, perhaps. I do not know. I cannot speak to what has not happened.
All right. And I don't know, you look back on your human years, which sound like a very long time ago, and do you see growth with what you've done over this time?
I do. It was. I was a simple man back then. I was aggressive. I was a fighter. But in the years during which I was gold, and the years, since my embrace, I have grown. I have become calmer. This is. I almost want to say I feel more kinship with humanity than I did when I was human. I was an angry person when I was young.
Okay.
But the many years of my many years of life have taught me that there are things not so worth being angry about.
I have kind of one more question, and it's a little on the blunt side.
Yes, of course.
Do you recommend vampirism?
I do not think it is good for everyone. I think it takes a certain type of person to maintain your humanity, to not become disillusioned and bitter about humanity and separate from them. I have worked very hard to maintain my connection to who I once was, and it takes a strong will to not view yourself as being better, as more important. So I've had a wonderful experience. Everything since my embrace has been better than before, but I do not think it is for everyone.
Are there people you know that you wouldn't have recommended it to?
I have met many people. None of the ones we are working with today or in recent days. All of them, but I have known several people who let the anger get to them. Most of them have been blood hunted for a specific reason.
Okay. She'll kind of offer a hand to shake.
Yes, I was glad to be able to share it with you.
Thanks, Abe. I do appreciate it. I know that this story wasn't really given under the best circumstances.
It is all right. It is absolutely fine.
Right, well, I'm going to go to bed. I don't really know how keeping the sun out of your apartment works, but I'm not going to touch anything.
My room is safe. I have rooms. There are rooms that have blinds. If you would like to see the sun.
It's fine.
No, that just pick a room. There are several. But I also, it is getting early. I must sleep.
Yeah. No,
You have a wonderful night.
she'll
Or
go
day.
like do a thing.
Cool.
Find a room.
Yeah, there are quite a few. It's basically an entire floor of an apartment building. Hey.
Hey, Spira.
Yes.
Hey, Spira.
What? No, I know. I was getting different music because that had gone on.
No,
for a
it's
minute.
fine.
Sorry, I know. I was like, I should have said hi. Messing with these new tracks. All right. So, Rebecca, you wander around Abraham's apartment a little bit, maybe not too much, not wanting to intrude on any room that you feel like you shouldn't be in. But there are obviously an actual few kind of spare rooms. At least a couple of them have nice beds that seem to have been regularly cleaned. There's no worry about them sitting there for a long time. So you settle on one, flop on the bed, and eventually fall asleep, even sleeping through as the sun rises because you've been up pretty late and a bit of exhaustion and stress from being on the run. As you sleep, you do have a very interesting dream. So, in your dream, you wake up, and as you stand, in front of you is a long path with these sort of shimmering path stones. They almost look shell-like. And the path is also lined intermittently with trees that have a bit of a saturated tint to them. The whole place is a little bit brighter in color than the real world. And looking out from the tree line, it seems to just fade into fog. There's obviously like nothing but this path. And as you start moving along, you notice how sweet the air smells and that there is a bit of a soft breeze. When you look forward, you do actually finally see the figure of Ambrosia, your avatar, which appears as a beautiful, androgynous figure whose features seem to shift often. It's hard to actually look directly at it, and seems to be surrounded by a soft aura of a mix of like orange and purple light.
Okay.
I even kind of have a bitch. Yay. But a little more humanoid. Good color scheme though. So, what are you going to do?
She's going to keep a good amount of space between herself and him, not out of, like, she just wants him to be comfortable.
Ambrosia is very, very far down this path. Like, you can just kind of see them.
Yeah, no, then she will head toward him.
As you start down the path heading toward Ambrosia, you begin to realize whether it is the reality of this dreamscape or some sort of illusion played on you that, while you are definitely passing these trees and you're seeing different stones beneath your feet, Ambrosia continues to seem in the same place. Kind of like that hallway effect in certain illusions.
Yeah. She'll look around before calling over to him, so kind of looking around to see if she can see anything maybe within the trees or beneath her feet, and then if nothing seems, out of dream ordinary, then she will call out to him.
So you continue down the path. You try to verbally call out for Ambrosia or see if there is something in the trees, if there's anything else you should be doing. The more you try to reach out and look for something, the trees begin to get thicker. There's more and more of them crowded together, and instead of like what looked like a pathway in a park is now becoming more of a forest. It's getting a little darker because of how close they are together. As you continue down, occasionally you get what almost seems like a little glimpse of Tuna running through the trees. And definitely she seems to be running toward Ambrosia. And then at one point, as you continue a little further along, you both hear and at least slightly glimpse a group of bats flying from one tree to another. The squawking sound and the little like flapping of wings, you can just see their bodies moving together. Finally, when you reach out one last time to Ambrosia, you see him kind of raise up his arms and move them around, creating a swirl of smoke. And then just beneath him, you can see a piece of pottery appear.
She's gonna sprint for that fucker. Obviously, I don't know how dreams work, but neither does she in this moment. Like, she wants to reach him, or reach the thing that he's left for her, if that's what he's done with the pottery.
As you start to sprint, like full-on run toward Ambrosia to try and reach him, this illusion begins to move faster and still locked on, that you're just running past tons of trees. They are different. You can tell that like somehow you're progressing but not reaching that endpoint. And then finally, as if you broke through something, you kind of stumble to a stop. Ambrosia's no longer at the point that you saw him, but the pottery is there with some bits of like twigs or like small like parcels of plant matter, and then you wake up nearly around noon.
All right. Does she remember what the pottery looked like?
It was very simple, old world style, kind of clay with probably natural found dyes to paint the outside.
All right. In the morning, she'll wake up and kind of quietly see if she can find a room with paper in it so she can sketch this down.
So you go trouncing around through the rest of Abraham's place, and not too long after, you come across a very typical study. It's got bookshelves lined with all kinds of genres and nonfiction and work materials, and there is a large, very nice desk that's got plenty of paper in some cubby holes. There's some fountain pens. Like, it's definitely some nice stationery available for you to work with.
All right. No, she will try to sketch it down, and not exactly knowing what she should do with her day, being that she doesn't really have a place to return to at this moment.
So
actually, she would probably go check on her sanctum, just to be safe, just to be really safe.
For sure. Also, I notice you don't have enigmas, but if there is any other way that Rebecca could try to parse out a message from her avatar.
Enigmas are possibly, if you would allow it, cosmology, but that's kind of more Umbra things. It's just, that's also where avatars kind of come from, so there's a bit of a blend there. Like, it's your call. I can just roll enigmas at higher difficulty.
I think I'm okay with that because my idea was that this wasn't something you found from somebody else that you didn't understand. It is your avatar trying to reach you, but it's your avatar, not going to be entirely clear. So go ahead and use correspondence to try and reach out.
Correspondence?
I thought that's what you said.
Cosmology.
Oh, yes, that one.
Hey!
Bueno.
So 3.
So, we'll say that you first return to your sanctum during this middle of the day. You feel like if you're going to try and reach out to your avatar, you really want to have a chance to be somewhere you, at this point, relatively feel safe and is connected to you and your work as a mage. You return to the space you've made in the old yoga studio, sit down, concentrate, meditate, and after a short while, you begin to slowly piece together these symbols and sounds and sights and everything that seemed oddly familiar in the dream, but you just weren't sure exactly what you were being told or told to look into. And then you get a very sharp, clear image that the items in the bowl were important. So go ahead and give me intelligence medicine.
Sure. That moment when you kick yourself in the pants because you made a dumb character on purpose. 2 successes.
Alright, not bad. As you try and focus on the memory of that part of the dream, which it was near the end and you were in the dreamscape very frantic, you do recall that they looked like they were a very specific type of dried mushroom.
Okay. Hallucinogenic mushrooms.
One that Rebecca, as a Cult of Ecstasy mage, wouldn't be unfamiliar with.
Okay. Is this something that she would have in her sanctum, or is it something that she should go get?
I will actually leave that up to you. You have 3 resources, and you've got a couple allies in the city. The other 2 Cult of Ecstasy mages that you're almost mostly friends with because they know how to get stuff.
Yeah, no, she'll text I think Frankie.
Yeah. So if you text Frankie asking for a very specific item for some mushroom soup you're making later, she'll text you back, I got you, let's meet up, and she gives you a swanky, hipstery little coffee shop.
Yeah, she'll respond with hearts and the sunglasses emoji just a bunch of times, and then she'll be there.
Frankie tells you that she can't meet you until pretty late in the evening, but she'll definitely have them. She knows who to get them from. So basically downtiming it the rest of the day, unless you had something specific, maybe just check in with the hospital, yeah, and other little things that Rebecca would do throughout the day. Other than that, you go and meet Frankie at the local coffee shop. If anybody has any good pun names for a coffee shop, lay them on me. I want New Orleans to be filled with pun named shops by the end of this game.
It's only a good idea at this point.
I mean, it could always be Tequila Mockingbird.
That's a
Wouldn't
bar.
that be good? Yeah, it's a bar name.
Did I completely miss what kind of shop you were saying?
Coffee shop. Hipster coffee shop.
It's basically a hipster's bar.
Been there, done that.
Oh my god, I was just thinking about that exact name. I'm not even kidding. I was about to say it.
Deja Brew.
No, didn't you name something else with Deja Vu? No more Deja Vu. No more Deja Vu.
I did it.
I thought of it because there was a little bit of a hipstery coffee place I really like called like the Three Beans or something. That was like kind of dumb, but okay. So, all right, so you meet Frankie at Been There, Done That, the cute little coffee shop on the corner of whatever street, because I don't know New Orleans that well. And just, you know, casual little pass off. She gets some coffee, you two chat a little bit. You're not very close with her, but there's a bit of a kinship between the two of you, both being cult of ecstasy mages and very, only some of the, like, 3 or 4 in the city. She, you know, hands it off, and you are able to go back to your sanctum with that in tow. By this point, the sun is setting, so if at any point you want to text anybody, they'll be waking up soon. But with that, let's go check in on some of our others that are going to be waking up fresh for the evening. How about Luther?
Yeah, I wake up and stuff.
So you've returned
And
to
stuff.
So you've returned to your haven, much like everybody else did after a fun evening with a local Tremere that kind of surprised everybody, having previously heard from a lot of word of mouth that the Tremere weren't even really worth bothering with. He was both extremely pleasant, gracious host, and really wanted to help without seeming like he was looking for anything in return.
Yep. Do I get spooky music?
You get some nice bass.
Okay, I can hear it.
So, Luther, you've returned to your haven, which is a small apartment over kind of a booky shop that your sire Vincent owns. As you head down the stairs, you see him just filing his nails, kind of like, almost it looks like he's a little bit bored, kind of waiting for something. But when he sees you, he immediately jumps up from where he was sitting and starts heading your way.
This is Vincent?
Yes, your sire Vincent.
Hey there, Vincent. What's going on?
Luther, it's been a minute. What have you been up to? I haven't even seen you around every night.
Man, busy just trying to save the world. It feels like every night we have something that we're trying to do. That Rebecca girl, you know, I told you about her, right?
That was the human with the cards up her sleeves?
Yeah, that one. She went missing for a quick spell, but we came in and we found it. Or she found. Either way, she's safe again. So now it's back on the usual. How about you, man? How you been?
Vincent shows some genuine sympathy when you mention a friend of yours had gone missing, but then quickly looks relieved when you explain that you found her and everything seems to be fine. So he nods and gives a little laugh, kind of, you know, slapping the side of your shoulder. Good. I'm glad to hear nothing happened, and you know what city nights can be like. No, I've been good. I'm glad you came back. I have something interesting for you.
Oh, well, all right. What do you got?
It's a little spontaneous. That's why I didn't get to even text you or call you later. I was hoping I was going to see you first. I have a poker night tonight with a couple of very interesting characters. You will at least know Karen Chartree, the Ventru. Perfectly pleasant if you're on her good side, and not someone you want to turn the wrong cheek towards, but definitely good for a game. Not the most important person, though. The person I'm excited to introduce you to is known as Maggie. Magdalene's her full name, but she always prefers Maggie. She... well, let's put it this way. A lot of people would turn down a game with this woman, but the stakes can make playing with her worth it.
Well, now you're speaking my language. All right. When's the game?
It should be about, and he looks at his wristwatch. I think it's supposed to start around 11. Of course, you don't want to be fashionably early in this case. And drinks being served and all that sort of thing. Fraternizing, getting to know the people you're going to be sitting across from.
Of course. Spira, what time is it now?
You probably woke up about, like, little after 9, and, knowing your nice ritual of really, like, cleaning yourself up every night, might have walked down about, like, 9:30 or so.
Now, Vince, I know we keep talking about this. Is this a cash game, or is there maybe something a little bit more interesting in the pot?
There'll definitely be cash. Don't worry about that. It is, it's a poker game after all. You gotta have some small things to bet with first. Can't just go throwing the mansion out on the table right away. But, knowing Maggie, there's going to be something interesting she's bringing to the table.
All right. I don't think I have anything planned, so yeah. I mean, sounds like I'm in.
All right. And listen, you don't need to put up any sort of extreme collateral. She'll often try to, whatever she offers, she'll give a base price, or maybe favors or something like that is what she'll offer in exchange. But don't worry about your car or anything else you hold too dear.
Well, I don't plan on losing, so I'm not too worried about that.
Vincent laughs again and like kind of slaps your shoulder one more time. Good man, that's why I picked you.
Is this gonna be a bigger table or a smaller table? It's just a few of us.
Small table, as far as I understand, including you. And he seems to like kind of count in his head. I think it might actually only be 6 of us.
All right, hey, that's a full game. So yeah, well, yeah, that sounds perfect. Well, yeah, I don't think I have anything more to really talk to Vincent about. I would probably, I'd probably text Dinah and be like, poker game at my house. So I might be a little bit busy.
Can I say that I love that Luther fills time while he's thinking about things with just sounds? Like,
yeah, you can't just have blank nothing into the mic.
I like to think Luther was actually going. Like,
Yeah.
Pulls his phone out, looks at Dinah's number.
it's kind of a dadly thing to do, you know?
Thanks, guys.
Just as a note, Dinah, if you do want to reply at all, you are busy this evening. This is a few nights later, so we're passing a little time after you guys got to well, for Rebecca and Abraham it would be like kind of the same night, but it's vaguely over that week that you guys know the auction's going to be happening soon, but you didn't really have exact plans on what to do next. So another couple nights later, Dinah, you are involved with a concert going on at a very large club. So it's actually really pulling all your attention. So you get that text from him. You can let him know anything in particular, but you are actually busy that night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, basically I would let him know that. I've got my own stuff. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, I just didn't get to your part yet, so I didn't want you to be like, I don't know what I'm doing either.
You're fine.
Alright, so Luther, you think for a second, is there anything else I want to take care of before this evening gets rolling? And nothing really occurs to you. So you go, spend a few minutes maybe getting into the right mental state, prepping your poker face in your room.
It would mostly be him just being like super giddy that he gets to play, and like it's been so long for him to finally like indulge in this thing that he really loves, because he's been running around trying to save people and keep New Orleans safe. So he's probably just up there just like dance fighting and just doing whatever old men would do when they're super excited.
You said that and it made me think of the scene where Dwight from The Office is like just punching the air to like heavy metal before an interview. Just like...
Exactly like that.
Perfect. Alright, so after a little while, Vincent calls up to you in your room, says that the cab that he called is available, and you're ready to go. So piling into the cab, and a nicer one. He gets, you know, like that kind of like Mercedes Uber, like the extra cost, for no reason other than it looks nicer and is a little nicer on the inside. And it takes you to a suite hotel, like the sort of hotel that is only very large rooms. So following your sire into the hotel and up to the 5th floor, he seems to know exactly where he's going, whatever the invitation was. He knocks on a door, and when it opens, you immediately get a glimpse inside of a rather swank suite hotel room. The sort that has like the little kitchen off on the side, some seating furniture around like a TV set with another like large area set off for other activities, and in that area you can see the actual round poker table set up with seats. There's already the deck of cards and chips waiting, and there are in fact 2 men in butler outfits kind of just waiting off on the side for anyone that needs anything.
Yeah, I would wave over one of the butlers. Do you guys got anything to drink?
The one young man with a very short haircut, brown hair, otherwise somewhat pale skin, walks up and nods to you. Yes, sir, of course. Anything in particular, alcohol or not?
Obviously this is a vampire event, right?
It's all kindred. Okay. If you even like asked Vincent in the car ride, like double checking, he's like, no, all kindred.
Now I don't need anything knocking me on my ass, but if I get something, just one glass, with something a little bit stronger in it.
Of course, sir. And he walks off to the kitchen and begins prepping something in a martini glass. It doesn't take too many steps. You definitely see a red liquid being poured, but he does seem to, fiddle around and like add a couple things here and there. Walks it over to you and hands it off. If you look around the room, and also in general after you entered, you see Vincent walk up and shake the hands of 3 people that were already there. You do recognize Karen Chartree, the Ventrue. She's been in the story a couple times already. And then otherwise there are 2 men. There is one man who looks to be Hispanic, darker skin and dark black hair. And another man who seems to be very much on the not necessarily anorexic side, but certainly was a fan of food during his life.
The girl that I know, what's her name?
Karen.
I'd walk up to Karen. Well, fancy to see you here, Karen.
One second. Where'd your picture go? There we are. So the 3 other people besides Vincent are all standing quite close together. Karen does catch sight of you with your reaching your hand out to shake hers, and she shakes it and gives you a little peck on the cheek and says, "Oh, Luther, I'm glad you were able to make it. I wasn't sure. Vincent said it was up in the air. Here, let me introduce you." And she drags you along, kind of pointing one hand out and says, "This is Emmanuel," which is the man with the darker skin that you notice, "and this is Brennan, the very skinny blonde man. They're from out of town, but we've played together a few times. Definitely know their stuff."
Well, gentlemen, nice to meet you.
They both shake your hand in a friendly manner, but almost in the mode of like they don't really know you. They slightly turn back to Vincent and start discussing some business it sounds like they're both involved in.
Gotcha. Can I do perception check on the people in the room and see like who's nervous, who's not nervous, who seems like they just kind of fit in this, who seems like they might be a little bit in over their head?
Absolutely. You can give me a perception empathy roll for each of them. Just say the name before each roll so I know which one's what. So it's Karen, Emmanuel, and Brennan.
All right, first one's Karen, Emmanuel, Brennan, and all right, these next two are going to be for Karen. And I accidentally backed out of the screen, so
No problem.
Give you some seconds. So I think that's like, fuck.
It should
that's
be 7 for Karen and 8 for Emmanuel, but none for Brennan.
Right.
All right. So, looking at Karen, she, as always, has a bit of a bitchy kind of confidence to her. Like she'll take on just about anything, even if she thinks she might be out of bounds. But you do notice, really, shush, come here. You do notice a slight kind of shifting her weight between her feet. That might mean she's a little bit nervous. And she's definitely pulling pretty hard on her cigarette. So you know she's a bit of a chain smoker, but it seems like she's going at it a little more than usual. Now, Emmanuel, you did get 8 successes. I would say otherwise it was like a slightly higher difficulty because you don't know him. But evening out that many successes with someone you don't know, looking at Emmanuel, he's a little hard to read, but you do see similar kind of physical like tics in his shoulders. He glances a couple times at what you would assume with it being a hotel suite, the bedroom door, and seems maybe impatient, maybe stressed, somewhere in between. It's a little hard to guess. And then of course with Brennan, you really can't get much of a read on this guy. He looks like a little bit of a brick wall. It seems like he might not even be excited, or he's just really good at hiding any emotions. He might like already be in the game.
All right, sounds good.
So after about another 5 minutes or so of small talk between the group, the butlers are still moving around, making sure the table is fully set, and that everybody has any drinks that they require. The bedroom door opens, and out walks what looks to be about an 8-year-old girl with some shoulder-length brown hair and wearing a very nice, lacy, kind of cotton white dress that goes just down to her knees. With her age, similarly wearing some nice white dress shoes, something that would fit with a little girl being brought to church.
Is she black?
No, she's not.
Okay, all right, it's not.
I have a picture up on the thing if you want to take a look.
Okay, all right. What a good crossover that would have been. I would have cried.
Clem's not ready to run poker yet.
No, she's not.
This would have to be like at least 10 years in the future. So what you can assume is Magdalene, or Maggie, comes walking out of the bedroom of the hotel suite and walks up to the obviously much taller group of adults standing in the apartment and she gives a large, small-toothed smile. Says, "Well, is everybody ready?"
Luther would kind of just smile and nod. He probably enjoys the fact that this kind of reputation is put into such a little girl.
Yep. And so as you all start finding seats around the table, you do in fact notice one of the seats is just different than the others. It is just much closer to the bottom of the under edge of the table, which Maggie climbs herself into, and she sits with her hands folded and smiling. Looking between the group, she nods at each of them. Her gaze stops on you for a second, then turns back to Vincent and asks, "I assume this is your child?"
Yeah, name's Luther. A pleasure to meet you. And he'll reach out a hand.
She actually, just fully stands on the chair. She seems to have no embarrassment about her age or stature, and she reaches across the table to shake your hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you."
Pleasure. Seems like you're all ready to get this game started.
"Yes, let's." And with that, Vincent actually just takes charge. He grabs the deck of cards and begins shuffling. Just to make sure I have this, would you say you're right or left of Vincent?
Let's roll for it. If it's an odd, I'm on the left. If it's a right, it's if it's an even, I'm on the other side.
For sure.
So I think I'm on the left.
Okay. Alright, so you're sitting to the left of Vincent. He shuffles the deck, starts handing out 2 cards, and you immediately pick up that you guys will be playing Texas. The person to his right sets up the big blind, and then the person to his right sets up the small. He sets up the flop. It's the first 3 cards?
Correct.
Yay!
Correct, the flop.
So he sets up the flop, and the game begins.
We could just have done Yahoo games, and we all could have played, and it would have been great. It would have been good fun.
Yeah. I'll like the rest of us play for somebody, for an NPC.
Exactly. We could have made this happen.
I didn't think that far ahead.
I don't think that would be what everyone wants to watch.
That wasn't the exact plan. It was a little bit more of you getting to know these interesting individuals.
Next time we can have a little side window that just has the game going on as we're playing.
Pretty much. So you notice that actually this is another question I will need to know. Luther, you've got pretty good resources. How much money, not including the car or any other things you might be willing to try and put up as ante, how much would you say you brought and were willing to bet? You don't have to give me an exact perfect estimate. I'm just trying to figure out if you're walking in with 10,000 or 50.
Luther almost goes in with everything. He doesn't want to there's been times, maybe not in New Orleans, but earlier times where he has left with nothing and had to kind of scrape his way up. So he doesn't come in with just tonight will just be a 10,000. He all of his resources are kind of with him, besides his, he can't bring a mansion with him or his car, but he has if he has 100,000 in cash, he brings 100,000 in cash.
All right, sounds good. All right, I just needed to know that. But so at that point, you notice that the first round may actually seem a little light in what you're used to. In fact, the big blind was only 200, small blind was 100. So that seems maybe they're starting a little cautious. But if you look over at Maggie, you can see just this somewhat permanent little half smile on her face. And you've been in enough games to know that just because it's starting low doesn't mean it's gonna, you know, drag along forever. It's probably gonna end up doing large jumps between games.
Yeah.
All right. Now that that game started, let's actually take our first little break, just a couple minutes, and then we'll come back and see more from Dinah, Theo, and Abraham. See what they're getting up to over this week after Rebecca's been found and waiting for the auction to come up. So yeah, as usual with our breaks, if anybody has any questions about the game or about us, anything at all, you can feel free to ask them. We will answer them. And also, you know, tell us how you're doing, what you guys are up to, anything fun going on, any interesting video games you've been checking out, you know, just let us know what's going on with you. I think I did see something from Mephisto earlier that I didn't get a chance to look at, so if you want to post that again, I will answer.
No, don't everyone talk at once.
Exactly.
Hey. But seriously, don't everyone talk at once.
You were just saying that you can use Rabbi for Kindred Historian if you need an NPC. Oh, yeah. I have this story pretty worked out with a good skeleton. I usually only change and add things when something my PCs have done that requires...
When we fuck our plans up.
What?
Which we tried to
Yeah,
do
when we fuck your plans up.
Not, well, you know, I do try to play these games where I leave things open for you guys to make it your game. But yes, also when you fuck things up. Yes, also when you fuck things up.
I don't know about you, but I have yet to plan correctly for a D&D game. Like I'm like, okay, they're gonna do oh, guess they're not doing that. Well,
I don't know how Rev makes his games work so well that, like, you actually follow whatever path he had, like, written, and you're like, oh, okay, that was... Or he's just even better at ad-libbing than I am. But I'm like, nope, they're gonna do something I don't expect, so I'm going to have NPCs ready and things that are happening in the city, and then whatever they do, I'll have the city react to them.
I agree, Deadly. Theo never goes off script. He's probably one of the most predictable.
Has literally never.
Straight lined. In fact, all of his text that I say in all of these, it's all block text. I've already written it all beforehand. Nothing is ad-libbed. That would just be outrageous. He's too organized for that.
Yeah.
Favorite desserts?
Mint ice cream with rainbow sprinkles on it. I'm not gonna lie. I know that's like the most childish thing ever, but like, I love that shit. Oh, and bread pudding. Bread pudding's good too.
I mean, like solidly, some nice quality strawberry shortcake is my jam.
So I don't eat dessert a lot, but my favorite like dessert item is cheesecake, which I always get. I get like once a year for my birthday.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I don't eat dessert very often, especially since I've been trying to cut sugars out.
So I found this ice cream called Halo Top. And it has how many calories is in the whole thing on the front of it. Like that, and it's not as bad as regular ice cream, and so I've been eating a lot of that. I tried, all right? An attempt was made.
Hey, you know what? What works. Like The more important than picking the best diet is picking one that you'll actually do. Because it doesn't matter how good a diet is, if you're not going to follow it, it's worthless.
Oh yeah, this is not wine. This is like one of those ice, like 0-calorie sodas, right? That's like a dark cherry one, so it looked red. So I was like, yeah, I'll put it in a glass. We'll pretend we're fancy today.
That was alcohol.
This is water, my favorite fluid in the world.
It is.
Are we doing that thing where we try and hunt for sponsors by naming our alcohol?
I mean, like, I would be happy if Redbreast would, an Irish company would sponsor us. That'd be great.
Let me tell you, nothing makes me more happy than Zachary Boone's.
Are y'all all drinking? I think I'm the only one that's not.
Like, solidly got zero problem with selling out.
Tuesdays are my Fridays.
They're my Sundays.
I know the topic was a few minutes ago, but a really interesting thing I actually saw because of work was a couple new studies have found some good results from what is referred to as a part-time diet. So you diet for a short period, like 4 weeks, because what they found was something along the lines of, like, if you diet longer, your body might actually respond, your metabolism might respond and thinking, like, this is your new life and need to, like, hold resources. Whereas if you go kind of back and forth from, like, a more extreme diet to, like, what you might normally eat, obviously not pizza and macaroni and cheese, but, you know, like, maybe a little more calories and carbs, somehow going back and forth, your metabolism reacts in a way that it's actually like, oh, okay, it's fine that we can spend this fat and, you know, calories, because we'll go back. It's a little controversial, but it was interesting, and now I'm like, I'm going to follow more studies on this just out of curiosity.
So on Joe Rogan, he has, you know, quite a few people go on there and talk about fitness and health, and he's had a couple that talk about just like it's essentially red meat only, high fat, no chicken. You can't do that. There's not enough fat, and it's just red meat only. And I think he said he's on like day 3. He's like, I just crashed so hard, but then as soon as you eat, yours right up, and then it's just like, I'm excited to see how he feels after 30 days of just eating red meat.
Yeah, that sounds so bad for so many reasons.
I catch shit for being such a big proponent of keto, but like, that's that's too much.
yeah, no, I agree. I mean, but I don't know. There's
again, like, if it works for him and he does it, then it's a decent diet,
and it doesn't kill you.
Yeah, that's the thing too.
I would say that falls under the it works for him category, because I would say any diet that makes me be dead does not work for me.
Yeah, I don't have like a tight diet. I just like count calories basically, and some stuff costs more, so I tend not to eat it or drink it. Like alcohol usually costs a lot, you know, that kind of thing. So that's really why. It's not that I can't have it; it's that I can't budget it today.
Yeah, no, like from everything I've done, there are some diets that are really good for quick weight loss, but the best thing is to just learn how to eat in moderation and, you know, avoid processed sugary junk.
Yeah, I think, but yeah, I mean, that's kind of like, goddamn, this dog, we need to like stop abusing him so much. Damn. Yeah, the thing with the red meat thing is, like, you can lose weight on a diet and it still be unhealthy.
Which learning to eat in moderation sucks as an adult, because the first thing that you realize when you forever go at this point for I think a lot of us, but when you go to the grocery store for the first time for yourself and you realize you can just buy a cake, like there's no one stopping you, can just buy one, like stuff like that. It's hard to learn to do.
Oh my god, that's the worst. Because our grocery store is set up, you have to walk through the bakery first, and I'm like, I could just buy a cake.
Ain't nothing stopping anyone. I can just get one.
Yeah, I had a fucking coworker. So we I drive. I have a passenger. I had to go in and get like my 2 pieces of non-fried chicken to eat, and he comes out with a cupcake that's about the size of 4 fucking cupcakes, and the frosting isn't frosting; it's fudge. It's just fucking chocolate fudge. And I was just like, "Fuck you, dude! What are you doing?"
Beautiful, beautiful.
That's amazing. Like that's actually just half a cake, just in a different shape.
I mean, hold up, it's a cake in a cup. So the word is accurate then.
It would have been
Never mind the
pretty
fact-
wide fucking cup.
I was saying, never mind the fact that it's one of those like ultra jumbo drank cups.
Yeah, it's just the 7-Eleven big gulp.
That one. Yeah, big gulp. That's it. That's what I was looking for.
7-Eleven, you get sponsors too.
Yeah, sure, man. We damn, where was I? Lost it. No, fuck it. Oh, I learned self-moderation very quickly as an adult, because my absolute favorite thing on the planet is uncooked, like, brownie batter. I can eat all of the brownie batter. Like, I make brownie batter as a dip for my finger. Like, that's it. There's no baking involved. It's not an oven included kind of deal. I'm not scared of raw eggs or anything. Except I cannot control myself at all. And you know when your parents were like, no, stop eating that, get out. You know, you can lick the beaters, that's it, get away from the rest. I have gotten sick so many times from eating so much brownie batter. I cannot control myself as an adult. I need supervision.
One time when I was in middle school, someone dropped off chocolate at the house for like a parent or something, and I ate all of it and then took a nap and threw up, so I don't eat those chocolates anymore.
Oh, it took me like 4 or 5 bowls to finally learn. Like, into my adulthood, Spira's like, the fuck are you doing? Just, you're gonna get sick. And I'm like, I know!
Maybe it won't happen this time.
Seriously.
Hey, that's what I said before the sunburn happened, and look at where I am now.
Oh, cheese poofs. They're a favorite around here as well. We do hers cheese poofs.
Yeah, which is a local company. I think it's like just Northeast.
Which is somehow both incredibly bad for you in the health way and also non-existent food. Like, you can eat all of them, and you're like, where was the food?
Pretty much. Alright, I think we're good to swing back into it. Let me work on some music. Alright, so Dinah. Yes. I know this track can be like sound fine to me, and apparently it's really loud on the videos later, so I was just making sure I had that a little lower. Anyway, so Dinah. Over the last couple weeks, it's been just topsy-turvy. Mardi Gras wasn't even that far ago. It was about getting close to a month now. But like it's been maybe like 3, maybe 4 weeks. And over that time, you've found out that kindred are disappearing from your city. There are Lupin that are not so happy with everybody. There are some mages that are doing something. Your new young friend, Rebecca, went missing. It's just been a very stressful, topsy-turvy several weeks. And while you actually have a big event tonight at a local club, You're actually, I would imagine, pretty happy. It's going to be stressful, but it's that kind of work stress that puts you back on track, makes you excited to get to work because you're going to be working with two live bands this evening. You're going to actually get to see the liveliness and the joy on people's faces hearing this music and knowing that you really helped put it all together.
Oh, she would be throwing herself into her work, just really enjoying it. Is she there just to watch, or is she there like organizing the event?
You were organizing while things were going on. That was basically like when you weren't helping Morgaine or looking for them, you had like phone calls you were taking and texts and making sure the bands were set up to get their payment, the managers of the club knew exactly like who was arriving when, all of that business side that is both taxing but rewarding. So now is the actual night of the event. So you're actually excited to be at the club, check out these new bands. Baby, come here. So yeah, you're actually at the club, which is called The Expression. Again, you sometimes are a little bit more involved with classical jazz clubs, smaller hole-in-the-walls that have been there as long as you've been in New Orleans, things like that. But you got an opportunity for this larger dance club that did want a heavy jazz night. And of course, you found a couple acts that were jazz heavy, but maybe also had like a little bit of a rock element, maybe used a little bit of synthesized music to add a little electronica in there. But as you walk into the club, you've lost track of how many times now, just trying to make sure everything's organized, you actually get to see the sweep of the place again and how it's very interesting layout, that it actually has 3 different dance floors. One very large one in the center that's traditional, but there are actually 2 that are off on the side, somewhat nearby stairs that lead to the 2nd floor. So it's basically people can like dance and even like dance their way up the stairs or come down from the 2nd floor and immediately join a group of people who are having a good time. Bar is sort of right behind the DJ's booth, so that's set down a little bit, and people can like get their ears blasted out while they try and go order drinks. The bartenders, you know for a fact, usually wear earplugs and just have halfway learned how to read lips when people order drinks, so like that's a Cosmo, okay. And so you are walking around, you know that the managers, there's 2 of them, are up in their office just taking care of things. You know for a fact that there's going to be plenty of humans here, but you also know, since it's a bigger event and you were passing out, you know, kind of VIP tickets to like get some extra drinks, get some special drinks at the bar, there's definitely going to be a lot of the younger kindred crowd around too.
Okay.
So, as you flit about the club, having some fun, checking in on some people you personally know, either human, ghoul, or kindred, and then you go and speak with the managers just to make sure everything's going well. One of the bands is currently playing. You knock on the office door, they tell you to come in. The one young man seems like too young to really be a manager of this big a club. You don't know him very well, but you suspect that he might be like kind of a rich dad's kid who had enough money to put in for this club. The other man, however, named Preston, he is older, slightly balding, brown hair, but keeps it short, keeps himself well shaven, you know, he's just kind of maybe a 2 on the appearance scale, but he does what he can to, you know, look nice, and he always wears really good clothing. Working with him before, you know him to be, at worst, a little impatient, but he realizes it and can keep himself under control. But the young man kind of like throws his arms up. You realize they had been mildly arguing, and he just leaves without saying a word to you. Preston kind of leans his arms on the table and is like rubbing his forehead, like, hi Dinah. What can I do for you?
What was that all about?
The bartenders have been telling me that someone around here has been being maybe a little too direct with some women. We've been trying to check the cameras, and they gave us a description of the guy, but he seems like a ghost. He either is here or he isn't. I haven't been able to find him.
Huh. Do you have any, do you have a description?
Yeah, no, he's supposed to be wearing a, I think like a white button-down, looks well-dressed, he's got either brown or dirty blonde hair, I think like a larger beard, but well-kept, that kind of, like, you know, manscaping style that's all the rage nowadays. But I mean, that kind of sounds like a few people. Like, look, and he starts clicking on the computer in front of him, pulls up a bunch of screenshots from the cameras around the club, and he clicks through a few of them. He says, the description kind of seems to match a few of these guys. I mean, it looks like this guy's a little bit more... And you see him, like, this guy that seems to be, like, leaning in really close to a girl in a booth. But, like, I'm not exactly sure who they're talking about. It's just... couple girls have been saying it, and then as soon as they try and take us to where he was last, he's gone.
All right. Well, did you have anybody come look? If this was a problem, have you had anybody come look up here to see if they can pick out any of these as the possible candidate?
Preston, like, just puts his face in his hands, and he goes, ugh, Dinah, I'm sorry. I don't know why I didn't even think of that. I've been so stressed, you know, Eric just won't, and you know that basically they've been having problems trying to deal with this club together, but they have, like, a fair share. That's brilliant. Look, I can go down to the bartenders. If you can find, there was supposed to be a young woman named Charisse who reported it, and he gives you a description, and, I think the other one's name was... Taylor. Yeah, no, I think that's what it was. And then he gives you her description as well. Hopefully they're still in the club. They might have left if they didn't feel safe, but maybe they just went back to dancing. I'll go back to the bartender. Maybe they've seen somebody or something.
All right.
How about I try and track down the Taylor girl? You look for Charisse.
That sounds like a plan.
Alright, thanks, Dinah. I know this is not at all your job, but I'm getting, like, at least 3 girls now have been complaining about this guy, and I need to get him out of here.
Absolutely.
Thanks, sweetie. And he stands up and just gives you a really, like, sweet kind of, like, hand squeeze on your shoulder before opening the door for you.
Alright, yeah, she'll go out and she'll start looking around for Charisse, given the description that she was given. If she was given one, which I think she was.
I summed it up, but yeah, so Charisse was supposed to have maybe like medium length hair that she actually had up, like tied up, but also had a like hot pink streak in it, so that should be easier to find. And then she was just wearing a like pretty straightforward short club dancing dress, a bit of a dark red.
Okay,
so
start looking around for that.
Yeah, go ahead and give me perception alertness.
Okay. Oh shoot. Hold on. No.
Alright, give me another roll at 7.
1.
All right. That's good. For a different reason. Give me one more at yeah, give me one more at 7.
2. Not rolling very well today.
That's all right. So you're wandering around the club. It's got a lot of people in it. So even with that description, you're hoping to like just catch the girl's hair, to like find her in the crowd. You see like a couple girls with some highlights and some color, but it doesn't seem like it's the girl you're looking for. You even like grab one real quick and say, "Sharice," and they shake their head. You keep wandering around. Eventually, as you're walking around, you spot a couple guys that vaguely sort of seem to match the description. Like, again, he said, like, well-dressed guy with a nice beard and hair. I don't know how to, like, exactly, you know, pick that out of a crowd. But this one guy does catch your eye initially by his looks. And then as you still can't seem to, like, catch anyone that looks like this Sharice girl, you start moving a little closer to where he is. He is actually sat in a booth and is leaning in pretty close to a couple girls who, at the moment, actually don't seem upset. They seem to actually be enjoying his company. But the way that Preston had explained this almost like lecherous, leering kind of attitude about the guy, it definitely seems to match his body language.
Okay. Dinah at first is basically just gonna kind of come up to them more friendly, like as the person who's like helping out with the event. Like, "Hello, ladies, how y'all doing tonight?"
So the two women that are sat with the young man and the man himself look up and all nod at you, smiling. The two girls have drinks in front of them, though the guy doesn't. And one of them takes a sip of her drink, says, "Yeah, club's great. Are you with the management?"
Yes, at least for this event. And I come here fairly often to help out with other different ones.
The young man reaches out his hand to shake yours and says, "Samuel, I'm enjoying myself here."
Dinah, nice to meet you. And who are you ladies?
Oh, I'm Tara, and this is Megan. We've been here a few times. Always really good, but I'm really digging the music tonight.
Well, that's good. I like to hear that. You know, anything for a compliment. But I'm glad that you all are having fun. You enjoying yourselves?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And they start looking like they're not sure what they're supposed to say to you. They're just trying to nod like, "Yeah, no, club's great. Yeah, yeah, having a lot of fun." And they like kind of pick up their drinks and like, and then they take a sip of them.
Sure, yeah, no, that's fine. She's basically gonna leave them alone. She just wants to get this guy away from them. But I want to do an aura check on him first.
For sure.
Yeah.
All right, that will be perception empathy at 7.
Let's see if I roll any better. No, I do not.
Oh, you had it at 7, but yeah. So those two didn't work. You're supposed to roll at 7 anyway. I will allow one more roll at 8 if you want.
Are you kidding me? 1.
All right.
What is with these rolls today? Why is there like at least one in like almost every single one? What is?
That's why I was like, no, we're rolling again for like just because that seems a little wild. So you first try to peek into this guy's aura, and just, I don't know if you were little distracted by the noise. You know, it does affect all aspects. So the noise and the crowds and the club is just, it's a little bit much. You've got these girls that you're kind of interested in. Are they okay? Is this the guy that's been causing problems? So it seems to like shimmer for a second and then disappear. You actually stop focusing on trying to also like talk to them, and you just look at this guy, and you finally are able to pull out a bit of the color green, which you recognize as being related to one-track mind obsession, something the person's really focused on. And this is a bit new to you. The aura is very, very bright. Like, even though you can't get out more than like one color, which you usually can if you really focus, the like bright aspect of it is very unsettling. It's unlike human and vampire.
I said, so, and vampire or not vampire?
And vampire. Vampire's pale.
Yes. Okay, so he is not a vampire, and it's very bright.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going to attempt to just, under some pretense of like, I don't know. I was gonna basically see if I could get him to step away and try to think of a lie to tell him.
You can totally roll wits and subterfuge.
Yeah, basically.
But make sure it's 6.
Okay. Like, it could be anything from leaving the lights on your car to, you know, what's your name? Is your name this? Like, oh, they said they needed someone from this. What the fuck? What did it? Oh, compounded.
Oh, okay.
That's still 2 10s.
Yep, that's fine.
What the fuck? Oh, well, there's the roll.
So, Dinah, thinking quickly on your feet, realizing there is definitely something up with this guy. Whether he was the exact guy you were looking for or not, something's up with this guy. And so you come up with a bit of a simple ploy. You say that, the bartender found something, his driver's license fell out of his wallet. She was looking around, hoping to
Yeah,
find
something like that. Perfect. Thank you. That's what I was trying to think.
Like, the picture matched him, and then he told you his name was Samuel, so you go, oh, of course. So, you go ahead and take it away.
All right, yeah, so if you could come over here and claim it. Come back up to the bar and claim it so they can match you to it.
Samuel immediately stands up. You see him pat, like, the back of his pants, feel that his wallet's there, and he says, oh, at least that's still there. Must have just dropped it when I was getting a drink. Yeah, thanks. And he nods in a, polite way of excusing himself from the women he was sitting with and follows you over to the bar.
Okay. Alrighty then. Well, okay, let's see. I guess time to drop a little bit. I'm sorry to kind of bring you over on a little bit of false pretense, but do you know those girls?
He takes a second. No, not before tonight. I'm just hoping to get to know them a little better.
All right, okay. You see, we've been having some trouble with someone giving some girls trouble tonight, and I'm really hoping that that's not you.
Oh, no. And I realized the last thing I said probably didn't help my case, but no, I mean, it didn't seem like they were troubled. I didn't think so. I was just getting to know both of them, bought them each a drink. is just having a good night out on the town.
All right. Okay. Just so we're clear.
One second. Talk amongst yourselves for a second.
So,
Hey,
welcome.
Zvani.
What?
I heard that you double botched.
I have never done such a thing on 2 dice. Rolled 2 dice and it was 2 ones.
Double ones. Snake! Ah.
Double ones.
Beautiful.
I thought it was. So like I was gonna talk shit about how what's it feel like to have Roland's curse, but you know, apparently I do too.
I was gonna
Everyone
say,
is rolling today.
you double botched in like real life.
You get a botch, and you get a botch. Everyone gets a botch. Oh, I haven't botched. I've just failed, but still. Or got right at 0. That too.
Listening to that rolling.
What?
Is he about to cast a curse?
Dinah, go ahead and roll me perception empathy.
Well, I put a lot of dots on my sheet for this. Let's
Yay.
see if I can actually use
You can't
them.
complain in advance if you have a lot of dots.
I don't know. We'll see if she can.
I can if I don't roll well.
No.
Because then it's like, what's that point? I rolled really well, so I am gonna
Apologize for
Take
taking
this
up our time by you
piece of
complaining.
pie and shut up. That is solidly 5 successes without re-rolling the 10s. What the hell is up with Roll20 today?
So, after you essentially bring up the problem at the club that some guy's been bothering a couple women and he kind of matched the description, and he clears up, or he promises at least that it wasn't him. He does take a half step closer to you and shines a big old smile of pearly whites and reaches out a hand toward you as if to take yours again. For at least a good moment, you feel like your hand going towards his. The man just seems to exude a lot of charm. Not that you're necessarily, like, quote-unquote interested, but you just feel really comfortable next to him. Something about him is just almost, like, kind of comforting, and you want to know a little bit more about him. He seems very interesting. That thing about the aura really stands out. You just kind of are really curious about that. And as your hand starts to, like, fall into his, you do start to feel a little doubtful, though. Like, maybe he's doing something that, like, you can do. You're really not sure, but for the moment you're kind of letting him move into your personal space.
I'm gonna see where this goes.
So, you now have one of your hands, you know, resting gently in his as the two of you lean against the side of the bar. And he's smiling at you, and he leans in, and of course he has to speak loudly over the volume, but as much as he can, speaking close to you and at a more whisper volume, tries to say to you that he recognizes exactly what you are.
Oh, do you now?
I do, and in fact you are far, far more intriguing than those two. He glances back at the table. high schoolers, as it were. And you recognize they're not high schoolers, so you kind of pick up that he just means younger.
Age, yeah. Well, I'm flattered. What do you want to speak with me?
Yes, and he tries to like look around the club and spots a another booth that seems unoccupied, but way farther to the back, further distance from the dance floors, so it seems, you know, not as interesting to the people who want to be around the party. And he makes just half a head nod in a direction of it.
All right.
So he leads you over to the booth, and
So kind of like lean into him a little bit, like smiling.
And he's very appreciative of that. He does not push more physical connection so much, but in a more gentlemanly way, kind of like leaves an arm like half touching around your waist. And he leads you to the booth in the back, and, you know, puts a hand out as if holding the door for you to slide in first.
Okay. She does. What a gentleman, she says.
I just want to make sure you have the best seat in the house. So he slides in next to you, and now, again, getting a little closer, but, you know, still giving you plenty of distance. He leans in again, and at this point a little further away from the speakers, he can speak at a more even volume, and while smiling says, "I'll be honest, I don't know if you've got a specific way of doing this or anything, but I've experienced what I think you call the kiss before, and well, it's something I certainly wouldn't turn down again."
She kind of like blinks a little bit. I mean, certainly, but can I, you seem to intrigue me. I'd like to talk to you a little bit first.
Of course. Is there something I can tell you?
Well, who are you?
He mockingly thinks for a second and then shrugs. My name's Samuel. I work in an office. If I'm perfectly honest, there's not that much that's that interesting about me.
Do you believe in, like seeing auras and things like that?
Absolutely.
You a spiritual fella.
Absolutely.
Because I am too, you see?
Oh, are you? Do you see them?
I do. I like to see the different energies of people, and I find it fascinating. And yours is very interesting, if I do say so.
You see his brow twitch, but more out of like curiosity, confusion. Oh, what's so different?
It's very shiny, shall we say.
Shiny. Is that different?
Oh yes, it's quite a bit brighter than most folk that you see around here.
Huh. Is that a good thing? A bad thing?
I don't know. That's what I'm hoping to discover. It's the new thing.
That is new to me as well. I've been to your parlor psychic before. They always tell you whatever you want to hear, but that's interesting to know.
So, why did you come here tonight? What are you looking for?
I picked up that, for lack of a better phrase, your kind sometimes congregate at this place. I've also tried a couple other clubs. I've, as I said, experienced what you call the kiss as far as I was told about it, and it is fairly overwhelming.
So you came here specifically looking for that?
He gives a large shrug. If I'm being honest, I can't spend the whole night being vague about it.
All right.
So he gives you another, like, moment's pause, and then almost a little more sheepishly says, "Is that something you offer humans?"
I can. I guess I'm just not used to them being so forward about it.
I suppose. I mean, I know what I want. I've managed to make my way up in the financial world because of it.
That's fair, I suppose. So, let's see. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do it. So she'll be like, well, I hate to keep you waiting. And so she'll kind of lean close.
He leans forward, and sort of just pulls back on his, shirt collar for you.
And there's nothing, I'm still looking at Azara. There's nothing like...
I'm gonna say, because you're
Scary.
so close to him, you can go ahead and give me the roll again, but at 7.
Okay.
You botch and you find out that he was actually just a bunch of ferrets in a person suit and they explode.
Perfect. Okay, so 2.
Alright.
One's a 10, so I can roll another one.
Alright. So you lean in and you go to give this man the kiss. You bite into his neck, locking your lips against his skin and pulling some of the blood from him. At first, you just notice that it is definitely some of the best blood you've had in a long time. And as you peek an eye open, trying to get another good sense of his aura, see if you can pick up anything else, you sense that green that you saw earlier is starting to move in like kind of hypnotic swirling waves that you recognize as essentially potential mental instability. And as you drink a tiny bit more, you recognize that there is something definitely different about this blood. This is not human, ghoul, vampire blood. It is incredibly potent. You feel like you're drinking twice as much as you are just by the taste of it.
Oh, shit. She'll kind of like blink after a second, like not like she just does not expect this, and kind of when she tears herself away is kind of like putting like a hand to her face, like, ooh.
Is everything all right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes. Yes. There. Mm-hmm. You this is gonna sound a little awkward, but you are you taste different.
I taste different, yes, of course. Was it bad?
No. No, but you taste very different. Is there? I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out why myself. I couldn't tell you. Do you have any idea why that would be?
No, it sounds as strange to me as the fact that my aura is different. You can go ahead and roll perception, subterfuge if you want.
Whoops, sorry. I
That's
was
fine.
trying to click the type of dice and it rolled it. Oh, look at that.
You think he's still iffy about that whole aura thing? Like, that doesn't sound, when he brings it up, like he is entirely sure what you're talking about. But when he denies the fact that he's ever heard that his blood tastes different, he's definitely not being very truthful. You can even see his eyes, like, flit away.
See, now, it's all right, honey. I'm not gonna hurt you, but I don't think you're telling the truth there. Especially if you've experienced the kiss before. Nobody said anything.
He drops his head with a sigh and half a laugh and says, "Alright, I have heard that before, but I didn't want to alarm you. I don't think there's anything wrong with the fact that it's different."
Sure, but it would be helpful to know why. This kind of thing is very interesting to someone like me. You must understand. I don't know what to make of this.
I don't know what to make of it either. You're not convinced when he says that.
She just kind of frowns at him. Like one of these.
He throws up his hands. I can't understand why I'm so different than the other humans you might feed on.
How did you come to find out about us? How about that? We can start there.
Fair enough. With that, let's take another little, like, tiny break, and we'll check in with, I think, Theo and Abraham next. Well, Dinah schmoozes with some strange fella.
She don't like the men folk. This guy's kind of gross.
Hey, but like, so is this an introduction to the fact that if one of us dies, we can play a mummy now? Because that's what I'm getting.
Oh, shut up.
He's a mummy. You just drank mummy blood. That shit was old, and now we all get to play mummy.
And Dusty. Yeah, you just unlocked the mummy DLC.
Ooh, is this going to be like Smash Bros, where we have to do unique challenges to be able to unlock other characters?
That would be a really funny way of playing World of Darkness with people, is like, you don't get to add the other splats into your game unless you unlock them, and I'm not going to tell you how it happens. You got it. It's Easter eggs.
That sounds amazing.
I might keep that in mind for the future.
That's kind of great.
Well, she's seen, like, Rebecca's aura before, and it does not remind her of Rebecca's aura, I'm guessing. Or else that
Just
would have been
invite
said.
Rebecca. She will cheat and find out what he is.
That's
So-
fair.
So she will find out what he is, because that's what mages do, is cheat.
Yeah.
So that's like saying Michael
but I
Phelps is
cheated
gonna
too.
swim and get a medal.
Vampire cheated.
Like, baby mage can figure out what that thing is.
I mean, I could also just try to basically fascinate him too, but like, I'd rather not do that.
Yeah, you don't want to draw attention to yourself.
No, he's already got a really weird, obsessed, unstable mind. I don't want to fuck with it. I'm gonna leave that alone.
Oh, come on. That's like so
I don't know
much
dominate.
fun.
I can't tell him to like sit down. Like, I'm afraid that if I try something, that it will like trigger something. So I don't want to fuck with that. I'm gonna leave it alone. For once. This dog.
Yeah, he's being especially needy tonight.
Oh.
We were both at work a little longer than usual. Then I came home and crashed for like an hour and a half. So it's understandable. I didn't get nearly a quarter of the 6 hours of pets I need. Well, I'll maybe see if he has to go, and then we'll get back to it.
I'm afraid of, if I do try to do some kind of presence, that they'll A, resist it, and B, react very negatively to that feeling of me creeping in on their brain. And like a fight or some other kind of investigation, I don't mind doing it if I don't have time. This, I have time to talk to them, and I'd rather do that.
That's a pretty smart choice.
Yeah!
I'm liking this.
Bro.
I'm liking this serial sort of just like everyone getting to chill and explore NPCs kind of thing.
Yeah, me too. I'm enjoying it. Even though my hair won't frickin' stay. It's fucking perfect.
Ah! Here we go.
Done!
My hair
Yeah,
has been
so like
lovely.
baby mages can't do shit, but the thing they can do is ask, what is that? And then they know what that is.
They know what it is.
Yeah. They're really good at that specific.
They're real
question.
good at cheating. Like taking
That's what
all
mages
of
do,
the
though.
enigma out of a situation and just going,
Well, that's why they have a full-on just, you can have dots in enigmas because you're allowed.
that's some bullshit.
It lends itself to a different style of game. So like mystery games are, I think, more fun because you have all of the mystery solving buttons. And basically no other buttons, so...
I have
Why
one
would you
button, I
need a
push it
different
often.
button, though? Like, you know the answer at the end. It's like playing a fiend in even the
Because,
Follow the Patterns fiend. What happened? It's like walked into a place. There's like, I don't know, something strewn on the floor, and you just go, "What happened here?" Rolls. The storyteller now has to tell you everything that happened right there.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's necessary.
Elvis, you asked why you need other buttons because it's all well and good if you know who the murderer is. That doesn't stop them from stabbing you.
Like, the trait is that fiends have a form that allows them to compensate for the rest.
And
Maybe
also can like teleport away or confuse and confound you with magical illusions.
These are annoying because they can also do this thing, not only see the past, but like just go, what would happen if I do this? What would happen if I do that? And they get to roll as many times as the storyteller decides is fine. And you basically just get future vision. You get to speak just because you fucking feel like it. Like all you have to do is narrow down the like like it gets harder
Future chest.
to do it the more you go down your road, but like
Nick
It's
Cage
good.
was in a movie that was that, where he had that power. So if I ever
Next.
run a demon game,
It's gonna be
Nicolas Cage is going to be a fiend.
I'm in.
oh, so one of our favorite things to do was at least we have another in a minute, but me and Articus and Modi would all used to get together and watch this one show called Bar Rescue, which is basically just a flipping bars show.
I've seen
But
it
we
before.
would like assign characters like World of Darkness creature personalities and stuff. So like, oh, that guy's definitely a Taurian, or like shit like that. And it was extremely dorky, but the main guy, John Tapper, was he was definitely like a Philodox werewolf.
Was that
Glasswalker?
was he like a southern guy with a goatee?
No.
Oh, he's the New Yorker
This dude
guy?
is, like the most New Yorker. This
The
is
New Yorker guy.
unacceptable, and like shit like.
There's-
He just like had this image of him like coming out of Krynos through a window, like doing a roll and going, "This bar is not clean. This is unacceptable."
There was two of them. I think it was Restaurant Rescue was like this guy, like skinny southern guy with like a goatee. He was fun and like interesting, but no, the New York, the guy who did the bar one was the best because he got so mad.
Trashy. That shows we love to watch it.
It was great.
Basically, just flipping house like trash. I love watching trash TV. It's so bad.
Modi was just
What? You never.
Modi was just unfortunately busy with IRL work, which, you know, has cost me playing games sometimes. So he just had to miss out. Should be back next week, as far as I understand.
Hey, spill the beans. Solid coffee bar or coffee shop.
I just Spill the Beans would be a good coffee shop name. That's cute.
And it'd be a really good coffee shop to like hold a job interview at.
No, see, that's actually cute, though. Like, being there, done that is bad. Like, why did you let this happen?
So this is kind of it's not a huge chain, but it's a chain. It's called the Coffee Beanery, and I love their logo because the C and the B make a coffee mug, and it's the coolest thing.
Oh, that's cute.
So, Bob's Burgers has a running joke at the beginning of each episode. They have a new store that's next to them, and that store goes out of business.
And it's always
This
a
is why
pun.
there's a new one. And they had a coffee shop one time, and it was called the Grindacologist.
I don't remember all of them, but I might have missed that one entirely because that is really good. Fantastic. All right. We are gonna take a little trip down to Funky Town and visit Uncle Theo. I don't even know what music to play.
Wow, wow, wow. I don't know what that music was like. It kind of got out of hand very quickly.
That happens when you're around Theo for too long.
This is a little alien.
Theo's an alien? What splat is that?
This
Alien.
is a little noir. Nope. Oh god, no. Let's go with we'll go with a golden oldie. If it's gonna play for me. I might need to reset roll 20 real quick. Roll 20 got mad at me for playing too many things. All right. So, we are checking in the evening on Theo, our lovely local Samedi, and following the hunt for Rebecca, as well as finally getting the information from Hector that the auction will be coming up in about 3 weeks and is going to be set on a houseboat out on the Mississippi. Theo is feeling like there might be someone he wants to just have a casual chat with. You want to take it away?
What? Are you not going to introduce? I don't.
I didn't know if you had anything you wanted to say, okay.
Just meet with the guy at the place that was predetermined by you, because I am a prisoner here. No, I'm kidding.
Alright.
But he's not, though. Send help.
Theo decides with all this wild activity, and especially the fact that this event is going to be happening on the river, he decides he wants to meet up with his grandsire, the Baron Samedi, and maybe just bend his ear. See what the guy thinks, if he has any ideas to offer, and especially considering it's going to be on the river, which is very much his domain. Just try and find out, like, what the next move should be. So, Theo, you, how do you reach out to the Baron? It's not a guy you can just call up.
So, what you have to do is lose your maid friends, have that person leave a message at another friend's house that they never receive, then invade their privacy and they yell at you, and that summons him every time. No, probably some stupidly complicated, but to his own chagrin, system of talking back and forth and coming up with a meeting place and burner phones and leaving messages under doormats and couriers.
Okay. You head to one of the older and well-known but not necessarily traversed cemeteries in the city, and there is in fact a small there's walkways and paths throughout the cemetery for people to visit old loved ones, or just even see ancestors, because it's so old it wouldn't be, as many direct relatives, as well as some walking ghost tours and things like that. But among all of the paths and walkways, there's one very distinct fork in the road, which Samedi isn't specifically the Loa of pathways, but it is his brother, and he does like teasing him. So, or he's cut because he's an actual kindred, and the Loa are a mix of potentially real or other legends. He likes the idea of messing with a couple of the other ones. So you go and leave a very nice cigar, a bottle of rum, and a note saying you need to meet at this pathway. And you go back the next night. He wrote down on the other side of it a time and a specific gravestone. The cigar is mostly smoked, left kind of stabbed on top of it, and the bottle is left there empty. So, another night goes by, and you go and meet the Baron at the site of a fairly large stone mausoleum, one that has been there for a very, very long time. The name on it may not mean much to you, but you do recognize it as at least an old family that had a bit of money and was almost unceremoniously buried in this area of the cemetery, further away from everybody else. Sort of like they had the money for a good mausoleum, but were not given space in the better parts.
Do I see anyone there?
As you approach the mausoleum, you see the Baron Samedi leaning against it, smoking a cigar.
Anyone else around? The
Not
Baroness Samedi, perhaps?
No, you definitely don't see her, and she's got kind of her own almost outstanding aura, but you don't sense it.
Neat. I'll walk up probably with a couple cigars, like nice cigars that I dug up, probably quite old, but well taken care of for him.
As you approach and you have those cigars in hand, he just very casually, almost as if he was expecting it, puts out a flat palm and takes them. He turns them over in his hand, gives them a deep sniff, and then tucks them inside his jacket. Very nice. Thank you, Theo. Now, what is it you wanted to talk about? I'm not trying Jamaican. I was just fucking up, so.
We'll assume.
Yeah.
Sorry. When he asks, what we're, what I want to talk about. Well, I don't know if you know, but there's this new Taylor Swift album coming out, and I was really hoping you might be able to get me some tickets, maybe like front row, backstage pass. I know that's like your thing.
The Baron wavers a hand in the air, going, ugh, it'll depend if she's going to be coming around here or not.
Theo will just laugh. Just wondering if I could get a bit of fatherly advice. I know we're not really about that, but had some unique stuff happen lately, and I kind of need to get the cobwebs out of my head and have someone else look at them.
The Baron waves a hand at some regular height tombstones in front of the two of you, as if he were inviting you to sit in his kitchen, and he sits kind of, straddling like a horse on one of them.
I follow suit. Sitting on the other, facing him.
Well, talk.
There's just been a lot going on right now. I envy you. I really do. You're on the boat, you're gone. You're so disconnected from it all. Do you even follow what the Camarilla are busy doing here?
He laughs very heartily, as if you told him, like, the greatest joke he'd heard in years. No. Why would I? They're always such a mess. I have more important things and more fun things to do.
I know. I still have this nasty itch where I want to have fun with them. I don't know. I can't shake it.
He puts up a hand, and if you, even try to say anymore, he, kind of tries to stop you and says, No. Trust me. They're fun for a while. You'll get bored eventually, but enjoy the time with them, because it's a little quieter outside. But, more unique.
I don't know. 400 years isn't enough.
To consider how old some of them are, and they're still in the game.
Fools and idiots, as far as I'm concerned.
More or less.
So, I know I probably talked to you before. I was close with the last prince. I'm not a big fan of this one, but there's just some shifty stuff going on. And let's face it, I don't really follow the whole bullshit going on with all of them. I don't really toe either line. I was raised better than that. But there seems to be some sort of boat sale of kindred to potentially other kindred, probably for... Did we make the link that it was probably for, or is this meta knowledge? That this is probably for Diablerie?
No, you know that for sure.
Okay, sorry. I had to make sure.
Yeah, sure.
Probably to Diablerize them, because fuck it, our heads aren't full of enough shit. Might as well invite another person.
At that, the Baron does actually make a kind of disgusted face. Ugh. I've enjoyed some things that others would turn their nose up on, but Diabler is just... Ugh. I wouldn't want someone else's soul in mine.
Yeah, I kind of have the same feeling. But, I don't know, it seems the prince involved, and I don't own as much as you, but, I take pride in my humans, my poor people, my community, and this prince just... Damn it, they don't respect the old people, do they?
Baron kind of waggles his head, thinking, I've met with Marcel. I don't think... I certainly couldn't believe that man's ever performed Diablerie. What do you mean when you say he's involved?
Maybe not performing it, but allowing it, supporting it. Maybe it's a financial thing. You know how those fucking blue bloods are.
He scratches the back of his head, freshly shaved, and runs some fingers along his face. Even though he has some paint left on it, it's a little more faded. And of course, being Samedi, you know that he is actually fully heavily rotted, but he is obviously still holding his obfuscate. You know for a fact he kind of likes the look he put together for the legend, so while he's not afraid or embarrassed by the rotting look, he likes his costume. But so you see run his fingers along a jaw, and it almost like a shimmer of the rotted flesh shows between his fingers before he lets go, and it returns to looking like a full jaw. Yes, well, that sounds like a prince in any place. Theo, what's the problem here, though? Are you just that disgusted by what is potentially happening?
I mean, when you put it up against the other great atrocities of humanity, I mean, it doesn't even register, but it's in my neighborhood, and it's affecting me and my friends, and they care, and I got dragged into it at this point, and they're having a riverboat meeting, and then my brain connected riverboat to you. I don't even know what to do about this bullshit. I don't want to be involved, but they care, and so I guess I care now too.
He takes a few long drags off of the stub of the cigar he has left in his mouth, sets it out against the stone of the tombstone he's sitting on, and doesn't flick it as if it's trash, but actually lays it almost ceremoniously in front of the grave, but then takes out one of the ones you gave him, a small cigar cutter, cuts off the end, and then a lighter, and lights one of the cigars you gave him, and begins smoking that. He takes a little while with this, again, almost it's kind of like ritualistic, it's calm, it's slow, you know, with his age and his personality, anytime you've ever interacted with him, he sometimes just takes these long moments in between. You're not even sure if he's actually thinking, he might just be taking a break from reality. But after he gets a few good puffs off the cigar and there's a little ash forming at the end, he smiles and nods at you, looking at the cigar. Not bad. Alright.
You did teach me to like the finer things.
Some of them. You've got a bit to learn still. Anyway, Theo, you want to be involved with this? I have no recourse to stop you. And really no reason not to help, at least with some ideas. What exactly is it you're thinking?
I don't know, I'm sure the plan involves going in there and rescuing everyone and shutting the operation down and fighting.
He laughs at your, predetermined exasperation and shakes his head. Even with the right amount of force against whatever they have, how much do you know about this?
Houseboat, diablerie, vampire auction. Prince hasn't stopped it, or either can't, won't, isn't smart enough. Who the
Wait. I will say you guys didn't tell him about the houseboat yet.
Oh, I would now be doing that.
Like texting him?
To tell who?
Marcel. You guys just found out.
No, I'm telling the Baron about...
Okay, it sounded like
the
you were saying the
houseboat.
prince didn't care that he knew where this was going to be.
No, this was just like a bullet point
Okay,
list.
okay.
Like, here are the
Continue.
things I know. The prince either doesn't know, doesn't care. It's happening on the river. There's a houseboat.
Continue.
I don't know, some sort of resolution. Too many young people I've been around. I feel like my head's all turned up backwards. I met this girl, and now I can't do things right. It's a fucking mess.
Alright. Let's take this one at a time. And he holds out a palm, like with his fingers splayed out, and in that like pattern of like counting them off. He starts with, alright. You know that there's a houseboat with the auction. When it's supposed to be, you know that. And he holds out his thumb. You understand that the option, or the party is for diablerie? That means, likely, buyers at this auction are probably older. That's a concern. He puts out, like, a third finger. Now, what's the guard situation like? What's up?
No, Theo, literally.
Okay. So he's got 3 fingers out now after he just says something about, like, what's the guard situation like? And he says, yes, you in the front.
Thank you. I'm so honored to be here. I'd like to thank my family. Also, why the hell, if they're older, do they need to diablerize? Like kids, literal, they turn them, apparently, and then diablerize them. What's the fucking point?
If you've had the best heroin, but the best heroin comes at either a monetary cost you cannot afford, or perhaps even a health cost, if perhaps it's laced with this fentanyl that's been going around, you might potentially settle for the cheap stuff just to get anything close to it. It's far more dangerous and difficult to diablerize someone of higher power and higher strength, but doing it to any kindred will satiate that addiction that occurs.
I guess. Fuck it. I feel like I could buy some of the shit off the street from these younglings.
Perhaps it's always a power play as well with these people.
Makes sense to me, I guess. I try to keep my head out of the game. I'm in this for friends.
Back to business. 3, guard situation. If there's elders, if there's people with money, they're going to have a minimum humans with guns. Probably ghouls, maybe even some of our own. 3rd, what if there are people there that know you? Or what if the guards are too much for you? How are you getting on? What are you even doing there? Are you going to try this Mission Impossible Tom Cruise sort of shit? Come down from the ceiling? What exactly are you doing?
Don't tell me you've been watching new movies again.
I get bored on the houseboat.
Last time you tried to convince me to do this Jabberwocky dance on some, what was that? Alice in the Bird Hole or the Rabbit something, I don't know.
You enjoyed it, and I don't want to hear any more about it. 5th of all, who are you dragging along? Are they going to get in trouble? Are you going to feel regret if they die, are killed, are diablerized? 6th of all, and you see a finger, like, come out of his hand by obfuscate, which he just, like, makes it look like there's another finger. 6th of all, and he stares at it for a second. This was a good gimmick, but I've lost track of things.
Yeah. I'm well aware of all that, plans and all that shit. I just don't get why the prince is involved. I don't get their politics. Just stay the fuck off my land. Leave me take care of my people. I've been here since the birth of the damn city. Insolent little bastard.
The Baron takes another couple drags off his cigar, just listening as you kind of ramble on about, like, tired of the prince and the politics and why they're doing this, and just nods as you keep talking. Alright. What do you want from me?
I don't know.
Well, if you don't know that, what are you going to do?
It's their plan. I'm just going along with it. Probably some form of three different things. One person's going to want to kill them. One person's going to want to sneak in quietly. Someone else will try to play politics. It's like one of those pre-written, choose your story kind of books, you know? You're like, which path do we take? But everyone likes a different ending. Advice, do you know of any boats floating around full of dead people or kindred that are going to die soon? Or you have a boat? I don't know. I feel like you're all related. I don't have a boat.
Well, certainly we are all a part of some small Illuminati club of boat owners. But, and he waggles his head thinking, Theo, if you are going to involve yourself in any of this, and your friends, maybe even enemies that you would hate to lose for the fun of keeping them around, I would say, you know, anything you work out in the way of a plan, be sure at least to have at least as good, if not better, an exit strategy.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I'm a little easy to find, you know, being land-based and all, and not mythically powerful and able to convene with gods, but
it helps.
I can imagine. Hopefully someday. On an unrelated but another thing going on in life. What do you know of mages?
He tilts his head and puffs on his cigar. I've heard about them. I know we have a few in this city. I don't know too much about them. Most of my worshippers are straight up humans who have just followed the legends and the stories and the rituals passed down from generation to generation. I don't think any of them can actually do all that much.
I don't know, I've seen some pretty impressive voodoo rituals, so...
That is true.
They've got a lot of force of will, that's for damn sure.
That is true.
Rebecca was on the boat party, right?
Yep, she... I think you also went to the party? In the cemetery?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, everyone who went on the boat went there.
Yes.
And he met her? Did I explicitly introduce her as a mage? I don't recall at this point.
It's a little while back. I think you might have pushed the joke about her being a magician, but Baron Smart, he would have got what you meant.
Apparently we have werewolves, mages, diablerie, oh my. And it's becoming a bit of a clusterfuck. The mages, they're tracking down, Rebecca, do you remember her?
Yes, very interesting.
Yes, well, you know, definitely very, very interesting. I'm quite taken a liking to her. But apparently we have these technocratsies running around trying to take over the city. And then the werewolves are also trying to take over the city. Why the fuck do I live in an action movie? I'm tired, and this thing has more plot lines than a Michael Bay movie.
That's a good point. Theo. This is an interesting city. I have moved around the states, been to the other side of the ocean. I've seen quite a bit in my time, and I've got to say, something always pulls me back to New Orleans. If there's enough freaks here of varying quality, degree, interest, specialty, flavor, then it's gotta be something about this city, and you can't fault them. But back to your problem about this boat coming up?
Yeah, I just got a crazy idea.
Hmm?
Are you in the market to buy any Diableriettes? Cupcakes.
In truth, no.
Well,
But what are you
yes.
thinking?
Would you like to go to a boat party for Diablerie and maybe have a bit of fun? All your friends will be there.
The Baron starts leaning back on the tombstone he's sitting on. He even puts his hands behind him and is just kind of staring up at the sky and thinking about it. Oh, Theo, I'm not much for these political games, but
It's not political for you. It's just a fun party that you're pretty much guaranteed is gonna go wrong.
I do like when things go wrong. Let me think.
Abraham will be there.
You and that venture.
He's not so bad. There's got to be at least one good one, right?
I'd say law of averages. There's gotta be one. Theo,
Plus, I don't have a boat to get there, so...
Theo, I'll think about it. Meet me here again in a few days.
I think I was busy that day, but I'll put it off.
The Baron laughs pretty heartily because he knows he didn't say a day. He just said in a few days. Well, and he kind of like slaps the tombstone as if he was like getting up off a bench and stands up. He walks toward you with a hand out and takes one full heavy drag of his cigar. Not in a rude way puffing it out in front of your face, but just kind of enveloping the two of you in its sweet, slightly bitter smell.
I'll pull my hand out and then that one last thing kind of thing that people do before they separate. Oh, what the hell did you do to that cemetery? The prince was mighty curious.
It was mostly the fuzzy ones. I was just trying to keep them from hurting anybody else.
Fair enough.
And he
The
gives you
prince was
a
awfully interested in talking to you.
he gives a big humorous smile and a wink to, say he wouldn't tell you even if you put his face to the griddle.
All right, I was just curious. And I'll shake his hand again as all right, I'll go now.
So he starts off the opposite direction from where you're standing in the graveyard, still puffing away at a cigar and just whistling an old folk song.
Oh, an old folk song. I thought you said an old folks song.
Oh, no, old folk song. All right. So... adjusting some different music.
I have decided solo scenes playing Theo, not the best. I chugged a whole cup of water in between all of that.
Welcome to my world of Nosferatus.
Unfortunately, Theo's growl is more consistent. It sucks.
So, Abraham. Later, the next evening, when you wake up, would you check for Rebecca or give her space?
I would probably get up, do my morning routine. Okay, wait, so what time is it?
Close to 9.
Actually, you know what? I would probably get up, do my morning routine, get halfway through walking the dogs, and realize, oh, right, she was probably already awake. I wasn't letting her sleep in, and then go see if she was around when I got back.
Alright, so you wake up, you're just in automation mode. You get up, like, you check that the dogs have food and water, you clean yourself up a little bit, get them both leashed up, and start on your walk. On your way back, you head back into your penthouse, and you didn't even specifically see what room she decided to pick for sleeping in. So you just started, like, kind of wandering down the hallways.
I'll ask Mars to find her.
Oh, nice.
Mars
and... Alright, so you ask Mars to go seek out Rebecca, and he gets very excited. So he starts trotting through the hallways, and just after about... doesn't even seem like he got very far into the house, or like he was going at a slow trot. But then he starts barking very, very loudly outside one of your guest rooms.
Quiet, Mars. Relax.
What? I'm sorry, what did he do outside of the guest
room?
room?
Barking loudly outside of your guest room.
He's even, like, doing that thing where he, like, slightly bounces on his front paws. He's very well trained, so he knows not to jump, but he's, like, he wants to jump at that door.
Maz, quiet, do not wake her, I guess. And then I will hobble my way over and gently knock on the door.
So at the barking, can Rebecca open up?
You're not there, Rebecca.
Okay, never mind.
So, you knock quietly at the door, trying to just, like, see if Rebecca, needs something. And Mars sits there with that really low, not even a full growl, so it just comes out like, because you already told him to be quiet, but he wants to bark.
Yeah.
So he's just sitting there. And after a little while, you don't hear anything.
I will knock louder. I will probably, presumably not get a response.
Yep. No. Still no response.
Hardest decision I've had to make. Would he open the door after her going missing? I would peek my head in real quick, like after ensuring that she was not there.
You mean in the rest of the house?
No, I would. I trust that Mars can. If she's in the apartment, Mars would probably beeline to her. He is a scent hound after all. Mm-hmm. No, I would knock on the door, peek my head in and make sure that there's not a mess of being kidnapped in here. And then if nothing was up, assume that she is out doing things.
The bedroom looks empty and actually untouched. This bed does not look like anyone's slept in it, or Rebecca was very good at putting it back together. And you see Mars again kind of be on tippy toes, wants to go in the room, but is waiting for you to say okay.
Actually, I want to do a thing that I haven't ever done. It's a puppy.
Our dog is attacking the bed.
So then just spilled vodka on him.
He dolphin jumped and dove into the bed as if it was water, and then slid across.
Alright, I would actually like to use Feral Whispers
Cool.
because he's acting odd. Yeah, and like I get that it's not specifically words, but I will send the impression of, is everything all right?
Yes.
Was that the answer?
No, sorry. I was
Okay.
double checking it. I know the role is more for commands. I wanted to see if it said anything about how to like make communication better.
Yeah, it says no role is necessary to talk with an animal.
Yeah.
But it must establish eye contact first.
Yeah.
So I would probably have like a sound but not verbal command of, look, let's talk.
So Mars looks up at you, and when you connect eyes, looking at Mars and reading as best the language as you can through the Feral Whispers ability, you mainly get this point of view of bad, wrong smell, not Rebecca. Like, not specifically not Rebecca, but not person should be here.
Yeah, okay. I'll sigh loudly, thank you. And then I'm gonna like text Rebecca and be like, are you okay? Don't want to freak out until there's a reason to freak out. Maybe it could just be magic.
Rebecca,
he's never really spelled mage.
Rebecca, at this point, you're just leaving Been There, Done That with your bag of magic pizza toppings. I stole that from somebody else. And sorry, dog's being especially dumb. I think he hears us talking about other dogs, and he's just like, no.
No, pay attention to me.
Yeah. So, but you get this text from Abraham.
Yeah, she will look down, then look up, text a picture of Been There, Done That to Abraham, along with the lines, I'm at coffee, is everything okay?
I will respond, yes. Mars freaked out, smelled something that wasn't you.
Do you need me to come back?
No.
Followed by, like, immediately, I'm on my way.
No, I'd say no, just making sure you're okay.
Are you okay?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I wish I could send a shrug through text. And like I could if I knew how to use emoji, but Abraham has zero idea how to use emoji.
Do you have an iPhone or an Android?
I imagine probably an iPhone because it is easier. It is less
Okay. I don't know if they have it, but Android just added an actual like thing you can click on for reaction image GIFs.
Yeah, 100%. Cat.
I was gonna say 100%.
Okay, the cat's being an asshole too.
Well, animals.
Yep.
We obviously have to get rid of them because our streaming career cannot handle this.
Cannot handle this cat. What are you doing? Okay. Yes, I am fine. Hope.
Sorry, what?
Yes, I am fine.
She'll send back okay, but with like 5 O's.
I mean, Abraham will kind of look at his phone funny.
Yeah,
Like,
she doesn't expect a response to that.
No, like why did she need to include 5 O's? Every single one of Abraham's texts is perfect grammar.
He's old.
Yeah, he's old. He doesn't get.
Like, because the primary extent of his texting is business and professional contact.
Oh my god, she would totally sit down at some point and teach him how to text with emojis. And, like, he might not get it, and she won't explain why, but, like, she'll just try to do it anyway.
Alright, well, if she is fine, I heard, actually, no, I didn't know anything that was going on. I just found out you were safe, and then, or like, you were hiding, and then you weren't, and that was basically it. So, that's all. So, yeah. Yeah, Abraham will not get why you need to use emojis. Words work just fine. Words can express every idea you want. That's why they write books.
Yeah, but so can emojis. That's why we had the emoji movie.
Yeah, Abraham 100% has not seen that.
Nor should anyone.
Theo
I've
did,
heard
he
that
thinks
it's-
the
I haven't
I've heard
seen
that
it.
it's surprisingly good for what people expected.
Theo saw it and he thinks it's one of the greatest modern works of art of all time.
Yeah.
He's like, this belongs in the Library of Congress.
It's like a
Next to
modern day
Shakespeare?
Casablanca.
He also didn't catch the fact that it was a movie. He thought it was a radio show because he was facing the wrong way the whole time.
Theo's usual gimmick of not making any sense and sounding dumb switches entirely, where it gives you a whole, like, a professor's level breakdown of why the movie was great. Anyway, Abraham, you found out that Rebecca is safe. She's even texted you a picture where she is. You are standing outside this door, and your dog has said, "Bad smell, person not welcome."
I will let him know she is safe.
You see a little, like, wiggle of his butt that makes him a little happy, but he's still on guard.
Fine. Don't mess anything up, and he can go and sniff around to his heart's content.
Mars walks into the bedroom and, still with that, like, stunted need to be more active, he goes right to the closet and gives you, like, a pointer stance and then looks back at you.
Oh hell no, that's her personal stuff. I ain't digging in her. Is there a suitcase?
Huh?
Is there a suitcase visible from the door?
Close closet.
So Hope. Is there a suitcase visible from the door?
In Rebecca's room?
Yes.
No, she didn't really bring anything. There's some.
Okay,
There
cool.
are. Yeah, but no, she didn't bring anything.
Then what did she bring? Like,
I can say if she brought anything, there's nothing in this room. This is one of your clean other guest rooms. You think she might not have even slept in this one.
alright. I will sigh. Well, especially if she didn't bring anything, I will sigh and go check and see what this damn dog is whining about. As a dog whines in the
Right?
background.
Are you calling out Trick? That's not nice.
He's an asshole. He deserves it.
All dogs are assholes every once in a while. That's why we love them. Unlike cats, who are assholes 100% of the time.
Still somehow why we love them.
I do enjoy how giddy Zabata gets at my dog impersonations.
Just because I'm picturing the actual
you
dog.
imagine the dog!
And I love the dog. Awesome. Rolling. My favorite thing. When I'm doing something that might be dangerous.
So
Hey, maybe you have more than 2 dice.
I need this as a detail from your end. These guest rooms, do you normally keep stuff in the closets, like old jackets, vacuums, anything, or are they mostly empty?
They're usually mostly empty. Like, if someone wants to have stuff, they'll... there's probably one guest room that has like, you know, kind of an array of clothes for if someone needs clothes, but I don't know if this is the one. The rest of them are usually just empty.
Okay. Then this guest room, from you looking at it, you're wondering if this even was the one that Rebecca used, because it does look like you have the cleaning lady that comes in regularly, make sure everything's like dusted and washed and all that, and it just doesn't look like Rebecca even probably like moved anything on this bed or set anything down. And this is also not one of the guest rooms you tend to usually store extra stuff. It is like a very clean spare one that you keep for guests or friends. You open the closet, which is pretty much empty. It's got like just some extra hangers in case someone was going to use the room, and then like a like maybe like an ironing board on the side, but otherwise empty, and you don't see anything inside. But Mars immediately hunches down, growling.
Alright, I guess it's time for a couple of rolls, because the dog is being weird. And he is a dog, so, you know, they are expected to be weird, but he's also a several 100-year-old dog, so... so first...
Yeah, but don't old dogs just get weirder?
Yes, but not ones that you can communicate with telepathically. And also, you know, I am in the kind of line of work where crazy shit happens.
Nah, bro. Like you totally have a reasonable go ahead. I'm just being a turd.
Then I guess I will use this trick has been a lot more useful than I expected it to be. I will look into the past of the floor here. Like, I solidly didn't even expect to use this one when I got these dots and aspects.
It's one of those powers that I've seen people, or I've talked to people I've talked to are like, I've never used it, and then other people are like, it's surprising how good it can be.
Yeah. Yeah, I did not expect, like, I got the dots and aspects for the 4-dot ability. Like, the fact that I've even used the 3-dot ability is surprise, not to mention how many times I've used it.
Yeah. Just double checking if you actually have to touch the floor.
It's just a wet spot. Mars peed in here.
I love trolling you guys a bit, but not that much. I think you do need to touch the object.
Yeah, I mean, I am fine doing that. It'll take me a second to get down.
I know. I'm like, I'm reading it, and it's like it doesn't specifically say, but it seems so weird to like just do aspects on a specific thing without a human aura. Like,
yeah, like, so I don't know, because I know that if there was something there, right? I don't know. I'm gonna go down and just like feel the floor and read the floor.
Sure. So yeah, you slowly, you know, bend down, like using your cane to help you down. Give me perception empathy at 4.
So that's 9 successes.
Okay. you get a nearly like almost like kind of painful flood of some images and information, specifically like you almost hear a voice you've never heard before say the name Martina. You get a glimpse of a woman that is like a very beautiful blonde woman who looks for a second like she's afraid of shaking someone's hand. Then you see Morgane. You don't know her very well, but you do know her, the Toreador. That's well known for her sculpting and being a bit of a renegade in the city. You see her, it looks like she's slinking around in a dark building. And then you see kind of almost like a full-on shot of a young Nosferatu woman. Physique kind of like makes you think probably woman. And then like almost immediately you feel, and it's like seeing and feeling at the same time almost an outline in front of you of someone in the closet.
I will try and get up.
Who is knelt down and slightly shaking.
I will get up, on my cane. Hello?
There's no response, but you can still, like, basically make out this shape in front of you.
Alright, dominate it is. I don't know which level of dominate, but I don't need to make eye contact. Hashtag elder. I don't... Oh, shit, I need to... I'm going to say reveal yourself. Just trying to figure out which, I think that's 2 dots?
Command would actually work fine. Just show, like, as the word, and then finish the sentence with yourself.
Alright, cool. Then the dots on that
or even, like, up here. Like, would work.
That works.
Command doesn't need... oh, wait, no. Manipulation, intimidation at... Un momento. Ooh, 9.
Alright, so... that is reduced by 2 because of my enchanting voice, but increased by 2 because I'm not physically touching them.
So 9.
You said, yeah. No, I was doing the math in my head.
No, that's fine. I know you took a lot of merit, so I want to make sure they're used.
I think a willpower would be relevant right about now.
Sure. So you got like 1 guaranteed success added on.
Hey, good thing, because I didn't budge. Well, actually, no, that's 1 success. Wait, no. Nope, that's 0 successes.
Okay. But you are still aware of this, like, shape in front of you. The command doesn't work, though.
I'm going to step back a little bit, pull out my phone, and I'll message Rebecca, actually might need help. And keep an eye on this thing.
Alright.
Yeah. She'll respond on my way.
Alright. Let's take one final break. And then I'm probably, at this time of night, gonna do a carousel, kind of check in with everybody, but I think all of your scenes are gonna need to carry on to the next night. But we will check in with everybody, and add this on a little more of a finer cliffhanger than last we saw you each. So, 2 more minutes. If anybody has any more questions for us or just wants to chat with the cast and crew, go ahead and let's get that going. I'll be back in 1 second.
Hey.
You know how people tell you that if you find something new, you probably shouldn't you shouldn't eat it? Dinah didn't do that.
Yeah, I feel like she made the right
I
choice.
loved how she just walked into that bangs first. Like,
She's like, I don't know what else to do here. I guess I could walk away, but then I would lose this.
so true story. With these drugs, Rebecca was totally gonna text Dinah, do you and Luther do drugs?
I don't know if you could be that subtle about it. They might not get the hint.
Hey!
Drugs? I don't get it.
Yes.
Is this code?
And then follow up with, I meant to put in a want to somewhere in that sentence.
Are we making
Actually,
this?
no, she wouldn't just say yes. She would say these days it's usually accidental. My hair's too long. It's down past my nose. That's too long.
I think it looks nice.
Thanks.
Your hair looks really nice, and I need to add in, my hair's too long, because I'm trying to just keep it away from my ear while these are on.
Hey, it
Oh.
looks nice too, bro.
Guys, I saw this on Mean Girls. We all have to pick out something on our body.
Not
that
ourselves.
yeah, guys, my fucking hair is so
My
long.
pores are too big.
I hate my beard.
I'm just not
My
used
hair
to
is
it.
actually long. Why are you guys?
I'm just not used to it. I've had pixie cuts and short mohawks since I was 11.
Ours was
I
less
feel-
of a dig on appearance and more of a keep forgetting to go get a haircut like this.
I feel like you know, when you hang out with another girl with shorts on and she's like, my legs are so hairy, and then like you look down at your own legs and you feel like a grizzly bear.
Every day of my life. Every day of my
I
life.
am behind that 100%.
I love.
You know, there is. Go ahead.
I love hanging out with girls that are like wearing shorts and they go, my legs are so pale. I will obnoxiously flop my legs up on the highest surface I can and go, look at these raw chicken legs.
You know what?
Delicious
what,
raw
It's a
chicken skin.
joy. You know what is a joy that I think about half the human population does not experience? The combination of freshly shaved legs and clean sheets. That is a wonderful, wonderful feeling.
So good.
Is it?
Oh, it's
Oh
so
my
good.
God.
Yes, it feels real nice.
Super chocolate bear, treat
Like
yourself.
your legs
Treat
are
yourself
making
one
out
time.
Relaxation.
I mean, I'm blonde enough that no one would know if I shaved my legs, so I might just have to.
I wear shorts at work, so it would definitely get noticed.
Treat yourself one
Yeah,
time.
but like you
Shave
just
your
say that
legs.
you're swimming and it's aerodynamic because all the boys on the swim team shave their legs.
Shave your legs. Make sure you have at least nice cotton sheets. If not satin, I actually like nice cotton better. But like, get some nice cotton sheets. Freshly shaved legs.
I'll talk to
So-
Vi about it.
I mean, even just feeling them in your pants, they're kind of nice.
Like,
Speaking of
I think there are benefits to having hairy legs.
There totally are. Don't get me wrong.
No,
I'm so
absolutely.
warm in the
one
winter.
of them is I don't have to shave my legs, and that's kind of
Well,
one of the big selling points of having
But
hairy
actually,
legs.
But like
the other
hair
one
grows
is
back.
you never have to wonder, is there a bug crawling on my leg? Because, like, I fucking know if there is. So, like, it's sensory, you know?
No, but like the hair grows back, bro. It's not the end of the world if you shave your leg.
Yeah, but then
No,
it'll come back.
I think I might have said this earlier, but like thinking about it, all these like elder like vampire ladies, they'd have to make sure they shave their legs every day.
Well, I mean, it depends, because like the Greeks were not about body hair
Not
at
if
all.
you
Like it
dye
depends.
No,
on the
but I
color.
don't have any ancient Greek vampires. I just mean like your generic run-of-the-mill elder vampire.
Well, I just mean like it depends. Like that's the example that I can think of. But
Not
I'm
to
sure
mention,
that
like, cool. So, not to
their
mention,
hairy
like,
legs were not okay.
not to mention, like, if you were an ancient Greek, but you're like, I'm not gonna shave today, and you spent like a day or two, and then you've just got stubbly legs for the rest of eternity.
The in-between is the worst. Like if you're a dude and you have like a kind of 5 o'clock shadow that not like a nice one, and like that's the day you got turned.
That's why I gotta say real quick though, one of my favorite ideas for a Jemisi anti-tribute, which is very, very rare, but they came up with an idea for it and I really did like it, was that they were actually essentially a plastic surgeon. And especially for Kindred, they were like, I'll get rid of that annoying tattoo, I'll fix the hair. Like, not even like so much plastic surgery like faceless, they were just like, they especially had services for Kindred that were like, I don't like the way I looked when I died.
Because nowadays, if a person got turned and they're like from this generation, they might have like SpongeBob tattoos and stuff like this.
How permanent is thanatosis? I've never bothered to ask. It's flesh crafting adjacent, but I don't know if it's...
I think it's permanent unless you undo it. So, especially in the concept of like making a pouch on your body to hide something with thanatosis is the same way like vicissitude basically works, where it's just like you just kind of did the thing, and vicissitude beats the beast's willpower to revert, with the exception of Nosferatu. They are the one exception in the case, and actually Samedi too.
Samedi.
They are the one exception where your curse is you have to look like this, so it'll happen.
Gangrel if they've frenzied too many times.
That too, yes. No, gangrel if you have a frenzy, if you have an animal trait gained by frenzy, then that can't be undone because it is a part of your curse.
Well, I do have all of the fun combo disciplines for Samedi. One of them being that I can corpse doppelgang while sleeping.
Yes, but that falls more under obfuscate rules of you look like something else than like during...
I can hold obfuscate while sleeping.
Yes, it's not so much that you changed your body and were keeping your beast from changing you back.
So I couldn't keep pouches on me. I'd always go back to normal.
That is a specific exception where it is you use your...
I couldn't like cover all the holes in my skin with like one solid smooth layer of like, hey, look, I'm human.
Yeah, kind of the idea is very specific to like you are cursed to look like a mess. If you try to fix that, and the system actually includes appearance, so if you try to remove the deformities of being a Nosferatu or a Samedi, the curse as some sort of supernatural entity goes, nope. But if you deform yourself more, meh. In fact, actually, you can deform a Nosferatu more, and that won't change. I've read at least in one of the books. They were like, no, you can make them look worse. You can't make them look better.
Theo really has no wish to. He's like, hi, I'm a zombie.
Yeah, no, but it follows the curse, like the same way, like there's like no way to have a Ventrue be able to drink the thing that they drink outside the one thing they can. There's no way of getting rid of a Toreador's obsession. It's such a genuine curse. There's no way of getting rid of being burnt alive by the sun. Those are ingrained in what you are now. And the Nosferatu thing is basically a Narcissus curse. The antediluvian for Nosferatu was so vain and obsessed with his looks that became his curse. But anyway, let's check in with everybody.
Oh, just left.
I know. I'm doing it.
Oh,
I'm doing carousel to check in with everybody else. We are going to be kind of cliffhanger till the next week, where we get to finish Dinah's interesting deal with Guy friend. Luther will get to see exactly what happens with this game. Theo will. I think at this point he's done with the Baron, but he's definitely got some stuff to think about, and we'll probably want to maybe meet up with Bjorn and talk things out. And Abraham and Rebecca now have an interesting closet to check out. But
also, Theo would totally be seeking out Abraham at this point.
Oh, okay. Well, real quick then, let's start with Luther. We're not going to go too far because I actually need to work out this game. But I definitely, first off, want to know your thoughts looking at this table. The, two kindred you know. Vincent, your sire, and Karen. Two you don't know, but seem like normal blokes. And then the little girl that everybody seems like kind of kowtowing to.
Yeah, I mean, he would probably treat this like almost any other poker game besides the fact that there's this little girl there that seems to be an absolute shark. So, goddamn, I hate cats. They're the worst. He'd probably slow play it at first just to kind of see how everyone's going to play around the table, and then base it around that. And yeah, he's excited that he gets to fucking be here and do this again.
All right, so let me get your sheet up. I know we keep coming up with like luck rolls, and I always keep forgetting what we figure out.
Yeah, somebody came up with a really good one, but that was for like in between downtime of like finding.
I know, and I don't have enough time to go back through 17 episodes. So
I mean, we're already at the game and the people are already established, so that role wouldn't work.
I know for sure I liked wits, because poker is as much about luck of the draw and you considering, what do I have in my hand, how are people reacting, what are they betting.
Willpower plus self-control. So yeah, okay, I've got that. Yeah, willpower plus self-control is I think what you originally did.
I think I want to do wits though, so maybe wits and self-control, like almost a balance of the two concepts. It's kind of an opposites role, but I almost playfully.
I mean,
like
you could borrow from New World of Darkness and have it be wits plus perception. Say fucking just do 2 attributes.
I'm not giving Luther 10 dice.
I got both those maxed out.
I think I want to do
I tried.
wits and empathy, because poker's totally playing the other person. It's not always exactly what you have in your hand as much as it is like, how are they betting, what are they doing, why would they do that.
Yeah, I could see it being like performance or empathy, or there's plenty of ones that we could do. So
Yeah.
perception,
and your empathy and performance are the same, and performance is an act, so let's see when it's not your turn, and I'm not going to do a bunch of turns. I'm just saying, I want like a roll as you watch Vincent, the guy next to him, which is probably Emmanuel, and like as the table goes around to you, give me 3 wits perception rolls. I'll cut it in half.
You said that incorrectly. You said 3 wits perception rolls.
Sorry, wits empathy.
There we go. And you want that regular difficulty?
Yeah, 6 is fine.
Nope, something's wrong here.
You had compounding.
Oh.
So you did get 6 on the last one. It's just you got 10s plus whatever.
Gotcha. So then I actually got
3,
like
4,
8.
6.
Looks like 7 because a 10 and an 8, 6, a 10 and a 7, an 8 and a 6.
So wait, what is it?
So the 18 is you rolled a 10, which exploded into an 8.
Oh, okay. Okay. So that's exactly why you got that many.
But then the
4, 5,
17
6,
would also go, right?
7, 8. So
So
yeah,
it's a 10 and a 7.
and the 15 would count because that's a 10 that rolled into not a success. So that would be 8.
You right there?
Fucking cat hair. It's like all over.
Cat hair is a condiment. Get used to it.
All right. So particularly with your sire Vincent, and then Emmanuel. Let me make sure I write this down because I actually want to keep this detail for next time. 1 second. So, to your right, your sire, Vincent, and the one newcomer, Emmanuel, or not newcomer, but guy you don't know, Emmanuel, feel a little hard to read, but you know Vincent also, and you just, like, that's why you like playing with him. Even though you know him, and you know he's your sire, and you won your unlife from him in a game, he's still a good player. He knows how to, like, keep himself calm, knows how to hold a poker face. So you're actually like maybe a little giddy at seeing him being so relaxed at this high stakes game. The other new guy, Emmanuel, the Hispanic guy with the darker skin, also seems pretty, relaxed, not too worried about his cards. Following along, you have Karen, who is sitting next to Maggie. They both look a tiny bit disappointed. And, there's a chance that's bluffing, but, it's the start of the game. Maybe they're letting themselves just let it go. They're just like, shit, first round of the game, I got nothing. And the last person, Brennan, the very skinny guy who at first you got like no read on, just practically just drops the cards. Just is like, he looks like he's gonna fold the second it's his turn.
Awesome.
Alright, so the game has begun, and we will see where it goes next episode. What Luther got himself into. Bum, 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 bum. Anyway.
Yeah. Bum, bum, bum.
Dinah. We need something more rockin'. I'm gonna write myself a note to find some electronica because I mostly have plenty of jazz for New Orleans, but we need a couple club songs too. Anyway, we got our 2 songs, the songs. So, Dinah, you are sat next to Mr. Samuel, who thus far has oddly been charming, but kinda creepy. It's kinda confusing. Like, he knows, like, he is physically attractive. He seems like genuine, like everything he says seems like he's, until very, very recently, seemed like he was really just on the up and up. He was very straightforward about, like, he just wanted the kiss. But the more time you spent with him and the more you talked to him, the more you started to weasel out that something was different about this guy. His aura's different, his blood's different. He lied when he said he didn't understand why you asked about it. And you're continuing to figure out something's up with this guy. I need you to roll. Let me double check your sheet. I need you to roll wits and streetwise.
It's a weird roll. Okay. Oh my god.
Did you win?
5 successes.
She did win.
Because of fucking course.
As you continue spending a little more time with Samuel, like a little bit deep inside you is kind of telling you there's something a bit wrong with this guy. He's very charming and you're interested in this wavering aspect of him being genuine but then kind of lying, and you don't know which way to go with this guy. As you continue listening to him and asking him simple questions, just trying to eke things out, you start like just thinking back, like, what do I know about like this kind of aura or this blood or whatever else? And as you continue trying to like pull back information, you suddenly remember that Bjorn had said something about watch out for a guy named Samuel looking for kindred, and 2, that the potency of his blood might be related to Lupin's.
I like
my
this
shit.
turn of events.
I'm
It's
gonna
not a
say,
fault.
I want to say real quick, out of character, out of side note to the audience, if anyone who knows who Samuel Height is, that's kind of the character, but he is incredibly nerfed back down to like just a werewolf. Continue.
Back down to just a werewolf.
Oh my god, this guy's fucking retarded. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that, but this guy's nuts. Not a good character to include in anything.
I believe you.
Basically, he's supposed to be a werewolf, mage, vampire, abomination, something else, I think, too. Nah.
Spoilers.
changeling.
Jeez.
The ultimate snowflake.
As Cio said, a goddamn munchkin snowflake. His story is absolutely insane. I'm half using a story in a supplement book. They included him in the storyline and don't explain him till like the end of the book, and I totally forgot who he was. So Modi actually remembered who he was and flipped out at one point, and he was like, why did you include him in the story? He's too OP. And I went, oh yeah, it's that guy. But I like the name and I like the idea, so we're cutting out that mage and other things. He is a werewolf who wants to be an abomination, or wants to include vampire blood in his line. Essentially, for anybody that doesn't know, and for reference, werewolves, if they get embraced by a vampire, almost always die. They can, on rare occasions, become an abomination. Usually that means a mindless monster, but on the rarest occasion, they can control their mind. And the original Samuel Height is supposed to have, like, been that 1 in a million rose garden, or rose in a weed garden kind of characters. This is just a Lupin named Samuel Height who wants to get bit by a vampire.
Hey, you got it! You did it!
Hey.
Thanks, Elder Vampire.
I sure did. I don't remember what the last thing was. I said I don't really believe you. I think.
Oh yeah, no, you did start to explain to him, like, I'm not really believing you. He continues chatting, and you're like, you're kind of like back of the mind actually thinking while just talking the guy up. And that's when you have that click. You go, wait, Bjorn said there was like a fucking Lupin looking for a vampire named Samuel, and this guy's blood is potent, which I heard is the thing about werewolf blood.
Okay, well, I mean, at this point, if he's not gonna ask anything of her, and she remembers that, she's gonna get real scared real fast, hide it, and, like, basically say pleasant goodbyes and leave. Like, that's what she would do. So...
Okay.
Survival, man. I don't want to deal with this. This is not... Is it interesting? Yes. Is it worth being killed in a club? No.
Yes, but see, we've unlocked werewolves as a playable race now, so if you die in the club, you can play one.
Hey, Dinah, you did it! I really like the
I really
idea
do want to talk to this guy. I just don't want to have, like, I do, as Dinah, do want to talk to this guy. I just don't know how to push that without, like, and neither does Dinah know how to push that without, like, it being potentially obscenely dangerous. So,
Isn't it really
Okay.
great that, like, this... Sorry.
Real quick, would you, like, give him a number or any kind of, like, let's talk later, or you just really want to get out of there?
That's fine.
That's all I want to know, because I know exactly what happens next, depending on what you say. Well, actually, I know what
I don't
happens.
know, like, does he seem like he wants her number? Like, he seems like he just wanted to get bit and then, like, that was it. Like, that's what it seems like.
If
So
you
that's the
start,
case, she would try to leave on amicable terms. Like,
if Dinah starts to amicably be like, well, it's been fun, I understand this is what you were looking for, I'm going to be on my way, he is going to not like, let's have a date later, but, like, casually be like, how can I find you again?
Okay, that's fine. Yes. Sure. Okay, yeah. I'd be down for a little chit chat, absolutely. And she'll give him her number.
He tucks it away in a pocket and says, wonderful. I look forward to speaking with you again, Dinah. And he'll otherwise let you on your way.
Okay.
Alright, you have a full night, including the rest of the time at the club. Just let me know if there's anything specific you want to do, but I will pick up.
She would try to enjoy herself listening to music again, like just kind of on purpose lose herself to the Toreador haze of music because, oh god, fuck, Jesus Christ.
I picture Dinah, like, almost running up, slamming hands on the bar and be like, double Bloody Mary. Alright, so Dinah has the number of this guy now, and tries to do her best to enjoy the rest of the night. Let's get to Abraham, because you asked Rebecca to come over, and then I'll sum up both of you for the next couple minutes.
Cool.
Well, basically both of you. So actually, Rebecca,
Yeah.
you are heading from your sanctum, well, actually, you're heading from the coffee shop. You were going to go to your sanctum to have some delicious mushroom soup, and realized Abraham was a little concerned about something, so you're heading over to his penthouse. Takes you at least 15 minutes or so. Abraham's penthouse is more in that, like, corridor area where the shop was. But you finally arrive, and Abraham, are you waiting outside in your living room?
I'm kind of backed away watching this closet. Like, kind of don't want to take eyes off of it because I don't know what's going on here.
Okay. So you're still in that guest room.
Like I've backed away so that if this is an actual person and they rush me, I have time to react.
You're waiting in the room. away from the closet, though, Mars is still annoyed and keeps, like, glancing between you and the closet, like, asking, like, can I go do the thing? Mercury is more calmly, slightly anxiously, a little bit of a shiver in his shoulders, sitting outside in the hallway, but, like, ready to help if he can. Rebecca, you arrive. Maybe knock on the door?
Yeah, she'll kind of stand outside for like a 30 seconds, maybe 20 seconds, like just sort of looking at the door and wondering if it's like, is this a situation that's dangerous, or is knocking like, and then she'll kind of knock 3 times.
Then I will ask Mars to go get or Mercury to go get the door. He's tall enough to reach the handle.
Yeah. No, and you even have the right kind of handles
Yeah,
for
I
it.
absolutely have raptor handles.
Yep. So Mercury, he pauses for a second. He doesn't want to leave you alone, but then he looks between you and Mercury, or Mars, and like almost nods, and then walks to the front door, half jumps, reaches up, pulls down with the weight of his paw to open the raptor door. Now, I did not know they were ever called that, and I love it.
They aren't specifically. My wife is a huge fan of Jurassic Parks and started calling it that, and I have ever since meeting her just called them raptor handles.
Well, raptors are my favorite dinosaur, so awesome. So he opens the door. Rebecca, you see Mercury, the large greyhound, blue greyhound, standing in front of you. I know.
Yeah, she's gonna blink a few times at that, but
I didn't realize you had you could do that thing Bjorn could do.
Doggy butlers.
he slowly wags a tail, just happy to see you, but also anxious.
Yeah, she'll give him a few pets and then start toward, I don't know, she's hoping the dog leads her.
No, like after you give him a pet or two, like he starts walking toward the one hallway that leads to the guest rooms like you saw before, and you can follow him and easily see the one door that's open.
Yeah, she'll core 1, mind 1, prime 1 to get a definitive aura check on whatever's on the inside of the door.
Sure. Go ahead.
Ew. Okay, 2 successes.
Okay. I don't have the equivalent of, like, I know vampire aura stuff.
That's fine. Like, just
for sure, you recognize Abraham is in there and somebody else is. And I think with 2 successes, since you've been around them a lot, you're not a mage that's new to vampires. You recognize that whatever other entity is in the room is also kindred.
Also,
okay.
In the 15 minutes, can I have Ospexed up just the aura reading?
Yeah, go ahead, roll again for that. Difficulty 7.
Like, I'm not trying to make things more difficult for myself. Is the difficulty for aura reading not 8? Oh, right, because you lowered it.
Yeah, I think that's a little high.
Wow. That's a success.
All right. You see a very scrambled, erratic kind of waver of orange inside your closet, which to you reveals something along the lines of like fear and anxiety. Like there's just a lot of like concern and like shaking stress.
All right, and then
And
that would
by
have
this
been
point,
in the,
Rebecca would have been
in the-
outside. Like, you could hear her and Mercury padding along.
I am in here.
She's gonna slip on a brass knuckle.
Because that worked out so well last time.
It worked
Like,
out
in
the
terms
first
of
time.
damage, it worked out. You're okay?
Yes, but I did. There is someone in here that was not invited. I'm saying, looking at this hazy.
Have you talked to them?
I tried for a moment, but
Abraham, give me perception empathy real quick.
okay, never mind then.
Okay, no.
Yeah, because I rolled it at 7, but that didn't help.
You know.
Yes, I did for a moment, but there was no response. I do not simply would like backup. Because as you saw in the bar, I am not good at dangerous situations, and you seem to be better at this.
Okay, well,
Rebecca, go ahead and give me the same roll.
perception empathy, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Shit, I have a specialty in this. Hey, does sensing
Hey.
emotions count for this?
Sure, yeah, no. Anything with empathy would.
That's 5 without re-rolling the 10s. Hey! I'm so good at people!
Talking to them, punching them.
Roll those 3. What are you doing?
Do it for fun. I'm
Oh,
already.
Oh, Jesus.
It's fucking 8 successes, bro! This is my life's work. This was my
Oh,
magnum opus.
There were all of Elvish's successes.
Hey!
I found
What she's had like 20 so far tonight.
She had like none at the first, and then all of them at once.
Yeah, so so here are all of the ones that she was supposed to have earlier.
She was sharing with me.
Rebecca, well, you may not necessarily know this specifically, but like kind of out of character, Abraham was a little iffy if someone was actually there, or the dogs were smelling something that was left like from someone hiding in that closet or something along those lines. You are now 100% sure someone is actually in that closet. There is somebody in that closet. And then on top of it all, they're like a sprung coil crossed with a rattlesnake, where they are just like desperately hoping against any goodwill or reason that you guys will leave, and knowing that they're gonna physically be discovered in a second and have to do something. Like, you just get this, like I said, like sprung coil kinetic feeling of like they're just waiting till they have to act.
Okay. She is going to try and calm him down. Shit, you know when you're afraid to roll again because you just rolled too well?
Right?
I
Do it.
got 8 successes.
I'm
Watch
like,
me
I
botch
would love to
with
calm
3.
him down with magic. Oh wait, look at all those good dice. This isn't gonna be good all the time. Yeah, she's gonna want to calm him down, and that's just flat mind 2 or mind 2 core 1 if you want to add in some correspondence there. But
Sure.
and it's you basically try and send them an impulse, and that
Presence.
impulse is just calm, like just
Presence.
calm down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead with that.
The difficulty, and that should be 5.
You silly mages and your lower
Hey,
difficulties.
2 success.
Alright.
Hey.
You definitely, with all the successes you had from the last one, feel the entity physically calm down. Like the physical shaking you could feel from that person lowers. They
And
sink a little closer to the
she would've
ground.
Tried to send that along with words to make it coincidental if possible. Like, hey,
Sure.
bud, you need to calm down.
Sure.
We're not going to hurt you.
So you like feel that entity calm down, sink a little closer to the ground instead of like you can almost like feel them on their heels. They sink down a little bit. They are retaining whatever is keeping them hidden, but they are calming at least, but still defensive.
No, she's gonna tuck away that brass knuckle because that's not gonna help right now.
Simply want to know.
No,
if you
everybody
are
feels more
feeling here.
comfortable when you're walking around with a brass.
Just put this away. And very slowly, and she's going to announce that she's doing it. I'm going to open the closet now. No
Closet
one's
is
the
going
closet
to
is
hurt
open.
you. Oh wait,
You-
the closet's open, so they're
Yeah.
just
The closet-
in there.
Mhm.
There's
My bad.
nothing. There's nothing visible. They are invisible
Alright,
in a closet.
Yeah, no. So I'm just gonna feel around now, real gentle with my hands. And just
Hey, did
gonna,
the
like
aura
this kind of-
change?
The second she said, I'm gonna feel around, the colors didn't change because it was fear and anxiety. But Rebecca, you're gonna feel that presence almost move against the closet. And actually, give me 1 second.
And they explode.
Alright, but you do feel that presence you somewhat locked onto at this point slightly shift and move away, but is still at least a little calmer than it was before.
He's okay. We simply want to know why you are here. Who you are.
You hear a sudden sigh and like kind of a clunk of human weight like hitting the floor, and as you hear that, you suddenly see the shimmer, and especially in Abraham's sense, you would recognize the shimmer of Obfuscate falling off, and there is a young, skinny female Nosferatu kneeling and looking very despondent in your closet.
Okay, this is better. Hey, oh no, I was gonna say, has Rebecca seen a Nosferatu? And then I'm like,
No, but
oh
she's
right.
seen a
But
Samedi.
she's seen Samedi, so it's basically the same. Actually, this is probably a step up.
Really little better.
Yeah, this is just weird looking, not weird looking and weird smelling.
Yeah, no, she's gonna blink and kind of like tilt her head, and then she's gonna look back to Abraham and be like, does Theo know her?
I like kind of gonna laugh a little bit. I doubt it. They are not the same. What is your name?
the young Nosferatu, as deformed as the Nosferatu comes, still very female, is, you know, the shape of her body and even like the shape of her eyes and lips kind of portrays that despite how deformed she is. She in particular has some of this like cracked plaster look to her skin, like cracked old paint, and like some bruises and scars around her chest and her forehead. And the very typical extended long fingers with almost like talons at the end of them of a Nosferatu. She's nearly curled up in the closet and whispers in a bit of a high-pitched off voice, "Sir Ket."
And what are you doing here? Like kind of with a, you know, a non-aggressive pose. I'm not accusing. What the fuck are you doing here? It's more of a
She takes a moment and sighs and slowly stands up. She's actually quite short, but very skinny, so the like her skinny frame almost makes her feel a little taller. Very, very lanky form. And she just shakes her head a bit. "Look, I'm really sorry. I know what this looks like. I know what it is. I was hired to do a job to just kind of scout out the different kindred in the city. Like, I didn't take anything, I promise. You can search me." And she, like, makes a big show of the fact that she's just wearing, like, a tank top and pants.
As she's gesturing, I will just kind of do the hand wave. I don't give it, like, this doesn't concern me. Like,
Look, and not even anything, I wasn't looking in for thing for, I didn't even check your computer. Just checking out Havens for anything that stood out as different. Like, that's it. I was just told, hey, check out the kindred in the city, see if anyone has anything, and she starts to stutter a little bit.
for whom?
For the prince. He wanted to. He said something about kindred disappearing. Wanted to make sure no one was like, maybe with spot or just if there was anything obvious, people were doing something weird.
Just I'm doing it.
Oh, I want to remind everybody, as resident New Orleans kindred, save Rebecca, Nosferatu are not especially welcome in the city, not by any other clan, except for the fact that the Semeti don't like them. The rest of the Camarillas wouldn't care, but the Semeti kind of made a claim in a way that they're like, what?
No, I was going to say...
Like, we're the ugly ones here.
No, Semeti actually really, really don't trust Nosferatu because there's a long history of Nazis blaming all their wrongdoings on the Semeti.
So it was a gross guy?
Yeah, so the Semeti don't trust them at all because they will go, oh yeah, an ugly dude broke the Masquerade? Yeah, it was one of those fucking Semeti. God, there's not enough Semeti to defend themselves. They don't make friends that well. So they really have this pretty severe distrust of them and really don't like them.
And the higher number of Semeti are in New Orleans and Haiti. So, you don't
Plus, there's no sewers.
Well, I mean, there's technically sewers, but not the good kind in, like, northeastern areas where the Nosferatu are heavy. So, just want to remind everybody, especially those in Scene and Kindred, Abraham, you would know it's weird to see a Nosferatu around here.
Cool. Then I want to know... Hey, what's her willpower?
Hers?
Yes.
9.
For
That's
rolls.
That's what you had to do earlier.
Oh, that's fair.
Mhm.
Now that I can catch her eye, though,
Hmm.
I would like to work it into a sentence so it doesn't feel like I'm pushing, but I would say, you would tell me the truth, yes? And mesmerize on tell me the truth.
I'll accept truth as the command word, so sure. Go ahead
I
and roll.
mean, well, yeah, that's, I think, actually, is that any different from me? Did I?
Wait, what?
No, sorry, I just... Okay, yeah, so that is the same roll as 1 dot and 2 dot in Dominated is the same roll for me. Cool.
Also, real quick, because I want to say for the artist that I grabbed this photo from, I'm going to post their DeviantArt name in the chat real quick. So, if anyone want to check their stuff out, I found it earlier. I usually forgo Nosferatu pictures because sometimes it's hard to always have something available, but I was like, I wanted to have this girl, and I found this one. It was perfect. So if you ever want to, that lady in the chat, Gala Gadget, is where I found this picture. Anyway, what's up, Zibs?
So, yeah. Went from not rolling, or from rolling a 0 after spending a willpower to not spending a willpower and rolling 9. We're very swingy tonight.
Yeah.
Just kind of the whole crew is like amazing or awful.
Yeah. What were you rolling again?
I was dominate to get her to tell me the truth.
Oh, command for truth? Okay, yeah.
Command or mesmerize, it kind of works the same way. Like, mesmerize is the one that you can put a little bit more thought into a sentence.
She immediately has a tense physical reaction and annoyance, but just kind of lets out a kind of like, what do you want?
Yes, so the prince did send you.
Yes.
To me personally, or just, is there a list, or was it just...
All kindred in the city.
Okay, so he did not single anyone out.
He didn't care about younger, just older kindred.
And what did he just, what are you to give him? What information?
Just anything that stands out. If anyone's dealing with anyone weird, just anything untrustworthy.
Right. Then I can see that she is in discomfort. I will break my dominate of her.
Okay.
Well,
Rebecca, if you're not gonna say anything, no problem. I just want to remind you, like, you're seeing all this.
No, that's fine. Sorry. Like, she's kind of quiet for this one.
No, absolutely.
She just did a racial profiling and feels really good.
Absolutely. But I do love character or PCs that, like, you know, maybe they'd be like, this is how I'm feeling even. But, like, yeah, no, you're fine. If that's, you're just like, woof.
Then I will say, I am sorry for that. Just wanted to make sure that you were being honest. I apologize.
Of course.
I will kind of
glance
at Rebecca.
I'm sorry, what about Rebecca? What
I
are you
will
doing?
glance at Rebecca, see if she has anything she wants to say. Then, you are free to go then.
The Nosferatu looks a little concerned for a second, and then
Yeah, at
starts-
her concern, I will say, you are doing a job for the Camarilla. You are doing the job for the prince. I have nothing to hide. You are free to go.
She nods and then quickly skirts her way out of the apartment and, has that kind of like, kind of like look when she like passes you dogs who are not happy to see her and makes her way out. To wrap the night, not that anything's done with Rebecca or Abraham necessarily, but Theo, you did say you were interested in at least touching base with Abraham.
As he walks in, it is not what it looks like, Theo.
Sorry.
Yeah. I'm just picturing you walking in at that moment and me saying, it is not what it looks like, I promise. It is purely platonic.
I said we're wrapping the night with the fact that Theo wanted to touch base with Abraham. You can call, text, you could show up randomly.
I mean,
Whatever you want.
I don't know the timeline from when I finish up with the Baron to whatever's happening.
Oh, no, you had free time. If you did actually want to show up there, that's fine.
Yeah, like I said, he wanted to touch base with Abe after talking to the Baron because Abe is his essentially best friend.
Yep.
So for fun, Theo shows up at Abraham's apartment, and you see a young woman run out of his apartment with a hoodie up, quickly pulling it over her head. I will let you roll perception alertness real quick right now, for fun. See if you notice if she's just a girl or something more.
Difficulty 6?
Yeah.
Six successes.
Okay.
Jesus shit.
You catch the slightest glimpse of like the discoloration of her skin, and when she's like pulling the hood up over her face, that she's got those like long gangly fingers with the long fingernails, and you can almost immediately assume it's a Nosferatu. Like you know one on sight, like just enough, and you're like, she's running away trying to hide her look. But otherwise, you go up to his apartment.
Oh, no, when I see the Nosferatu, Theo's response would be to yell in like a 3-stage. I'm not going to copy it because I don't know how bad it's going to sound on the other end of this video, but it's just like, no, or like, hey.
The young woman is going to like pause, just in reaction to the way someone does when when anyone's yelling. Look back. Are you obfuscated or not?
I don't imagine that on my floor he would need to be because it's my floor.
No, he's in the parking lot.
Yeah, no.
Oh!
Theo generally is like at a bare minimum.
Like he'll be ugly, but not obviously.
He's
gross.
generally thanatosis to not have obvious holes in his skin that should mean dead people. This is probably one of those times he's not really in the mood to hide.
Actually, it doesn't even
like
matter.
him.
Actually, no, really, the girl is gonna just immediately start poking it.
How fast is she running?
Give me a sec.
Like, well, how fast does Theo perceive her running?
I say, give me a second. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the topic?
Duran Duran is neither a Duran or a Duran.
Is that a topic?
It's
You
from an
said
old
something?
SNL skit.
Duran, there is nothing. Actually, that's true. Duran is not a brand of glass in Germany, so that's true.
Well, yeah, because
Apparently.
if you're hungry
Oh.
like the wolf,
Alright,
you don't eat glass.
This lady got 5 successes on running.
Does it seem like a fear run or trying? Can I empathy perception maybe? Like, is this a fear run or a run because I'm trying to get away with something? You know, it doesn't matter if there's fucking. How about this actually? Do you need a roll or a check for it? But do I know of any Nazis in the city? I have plenty of connections and allies.
The city doesn't have a standard Nosferatu group like a lot of other ones do. Some might move in and out because New Orleans is a great city for kindred who are uncomfortable with the last place they were in, maybe almost to a near exile degree.
Yeah, but no Nazis.
Well, no, I mean, Nazis might show up for a week or two and then move on again. But
Has there been any word of a
there's-
Nazi showing up
there's
for a week or
not a set group.
I know. Basically, has there been any talk of a Nazi being exiled or hanging here for a little bit for
Nope.
any actual reason?
Nope.
Fine. 3 blood points. Turn into a dog. Some dog and chase her.
Poor
Alright.
chick. I told her she was free to go, and you're. I do not hold it against you. However, poor chick.
I'm ready to be accused for being invoked in a blood hunt because she just killed you. So like he's like, you are not fucking running right now.
Worst part is I don't know anything about this.
I
I'm
know.
just
In the
standing
meantime,
in a room
Rebecca's like,
awkwardly
so
with
how do you
Rebecca.
feel about drugs?
Alright.
I-
Well, that will be our cliffhanger then. We've got Abraham and Rebecca who just had a Nosferatu run out of Abraham's apartment. They don't know exactly what that is, but they're going to talk with them later. And maybe get more information about what's going on in the city, or who knows what exactly. Dinah just got away from an apparent Lupin that she thinks might be the freak around the city that Bjorn was warning everyone about, and she needs to follow up on that and just see where that goes. Rebecca, you also specifically, I've been told by your avatar that it is looking to speak with you on a specific level. You got some basically magic mushrooms from a friend and are going to be doing that later. Theo, you just went wolf on this Nosferatu that's running. So yeah, that'll be and of course Luther, you're in the middle of a very interesting poker game with some very interesting players. So next Tuesday, we're going to follow up on that and find out what everyone does, what they find out, what they find out after running after these things. It's going to be, I think, a really fun game. So with all that, love you all. Thank you all so much for checking out our game live on Twitch. Thank you so much for watching us on YouTube and just hanging out with us on Discord. The links for our Twitter and Discord are below on both channels, so go ahead and check those out. And we will see you soon for more tabletop role-playing games. I think we might have some other stuff in the work in the future, so, you know, hang around and see what we're going to be doing in the near future. Mondays are kind of open game. We might be adding something else to the schedule. Yeah, so thanks so much. See you soon. Bye!
Bye.